I do.
Thank you, Uncle Larry. Isabel Patriarch Murphy Walsh, do you solemnly undertake to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission at today's court at Geelong?
I do.
Thank you.
Uncle, will you introduce yourself to the commissioners?
My name is Larry Walsh. I have, unfortunately, my mother's passed. I never got to meet my father because he died in 1968. A year after actually on the same month, a year after the 67 referendum. And I still have a brother out there that I've never met. I discuss that in the papers, but it's important. Alan, I'm nearly 70. You are already 70. It's time we met. I know why we haven't. I know the promise you made. That promise died 6 years ago. It's time we met. I've always wanted to know who you are and what you look like and what your family's been. I've never had that opportunity in the last 69 years. If you hear this, or your children are hearing this, I will ask Yoorrook, if you phone, to pass on my contacts. I think 69 years is a long time. It's enough. Let's have that discussion we should have had maybe 15 years ago. Why I say that at the beginning, it's because it's true.
And it's been on your mind, hasn't it?
It has for most of my life, wondering where he is, who is he, how he was raised.
And all of this testimony, preparing it, all swells together.
So I wanted to get that out first because from now on it might be about other things, will be about my life and that, but I do make it clear it's not his or his father's fault, my father, or my mother's reasons for it. I understand. I accepted after finding out. It's 10 years later. This is what happened. It's time. And first of all, I'd like to say, I'd like to thank you for having me. There has been a lot of anger that I've kept under control for many years because I find the more you complain about what's wrong, the less you do. So I made it my thing to not complain, to just try and create change. I never created any change by myself because people don't realise what I do, because as soon as I do it, I move on. I am perhaps the third best networker in this state. I am perhaps the third or fourth best at planning something in this state when I get the data. I have always been lucky that family members of mine and other people, including the friends throughout Victoria and family throughout Victoria, have always recognised that with me. So when my family need a hand, they give me a call to come down. And this is how, in some cases, I got involved in a lot of the state issues of those times. I was asked to join in because my family knew my skills and they knew as a networker, I could judge people's skills and see where they could fit into the team we were trying to form to get things done. I'm underutilised because I'm also slightly eccentric. By slightly eccentric, people sometimes say, oh man, he's out there. Sometimes people go, you know, we didn't know whether to believe you or not because what you were saying sounded out there, but it turned out to be true.
Oh, it's always true, my father. When the minute you're like, nah, I don't believe it anymore. The minute you're like, nah, he's pushing it too far, the apple cart's not going to go, it's going to tip over. The minute you kick that, that's when exactly what he said comes to fruition and you're proven wrong. And all, like, yeah.
It's only because I have such a concentration level.
Uncle, you were talking about how it is always true. One of the things that I should do before we get too far is just confirm that what you've put in your bullet
It is
the
all
truth.
true.
You've been through that, spent a lot of time with your daughter, with me. Are you happy to confirm that what is in that
It is all true,
is the truth?
but it is all true, but it's the inside and outside stories that are never mentioned. You know, it's always someone's made the head of something, or someone is the spokesperson, or someone is the leadership. But it's like when we first started Stolen Generations, I'd go in the pub to have a beer with the boys and girls of the park. Some of them will walk up to me and go, we can't do this, bros. But then one said to me, but I can't go and do it, bros. I would refuse to talk. But I'll tell you what, I have a couple of media contacts. I'll set them up for you to talk to. So everyone assisted in ways, little ways that might not mean much to everybody else. But when you're considering with street groups, you have differences, but at those points they always rallied. The elders always backed me, even if they didn't quite understand what I was up to. The parks always backed me because we'd been in the same backgrounds. And when I'd asked for help, they gave it. And some of them are the unsung stories. For instance, in there you'll notice I talk about helping change a few different acts or a few different constitutions. It was never me alone. It was always others. So what I'm getting at is, despite this evidence here, it's correct, but it's always those little people
Can I just interrupt?
that we don't hear.
Can I just interrupt and say, by parkies, Dad's talking about a specific identified community within our community, and so our community will know who we're talking about, but people outside our community might not know who we're talking about.
Yeah, who are the parkies?
The parkies are the people who live in the parks that are black. The
Is that
homeless.
just around Fitzroy, or is it
Not
everywhere?
necessarily.
Fitzroy, in my day, Fitzroy, Collingwood, Flinders Street, St Kilda, and a couple of other areas, because when I was working at the Aboriginal Legal Service, that was my job, to reach out to all those groups.
I suppose the other point I wanted to make about Dad's connection to a lot of parkies is that, I mean, he's spent time being a parkie. So, you know, I remember that in my youth when Dad left home for a while and lived as a parkie. I remember Mum bringing us to see him, and he had a electric cord tied round his waist as a belt. So the parkies is a lived experience for my father, but more than that, the parkies are disproportionately made up of foster care kids, of kids that are wards of the state. The new parkies, the young parkies are the same. And so I suppose the reason my dad identified and also fell into that community so easily, or that subsection of our community which is important so easily, is also because disproportionately these fellas, and primarily they were fellas, of course there's some beautiful Parky women too, strong women, but it's because they came from the same places. It's sort of not a mistake, actually. It's not a mistake that the Parkies all have ward of the state backgrounds.
Uncle, I was just going to, just so we don't miss out on it, I wanted to talk to you about your early life, just so we capture some of what your daughter was just talking about in terms of your early life in foster care. Well, you've given us some documents, yeah. And the one that I just wanted to start with, because it is so powerful, is the order to admit you to the care of under the Children's Court Act, that you've managed to obtain the order that took you from your mother, and it's at page 119 of the 298-page PDF, and I can just have it brought up so that we can see that.
You see, my mother was in hospital at the time. My father had left with my older brother, the one I've never met. This is things I find out later. He had left. My mother was in hospital, and so myself and two of my sisters ended up before the magistrates' court, sentenced with a criminal conviction at 2.5 to in need of care and protection and given a criminal conviction. When I used to talk about it, like even during Stalingen's inquiry and even after they formed the Aboriginal Bringing Them Home office, and I think I won't mention the chair at the time by name, but he at the time said to me, I don't know if you're right there. And then when he was also assisting with Woorrook Dungan helped me find what I'd been claiming since I was 15, because every time I went to court, every time I would be arguing back, because I didn't mind having argue with the police.
And Uncle, I might bring that up so we can prove it
but every
today.
Time that was used.
Yep. If you can bring up page 64.
I also just want to say really briefly that this is the basis of fundamental changes to my father's life and also to the intergenerational trauma that's handed on. So one really tiny example that comes from this very story, the one thing that Dad didn't know, and especially all throughout my childhood, because we've gathered information as we've gotten older, a lot of these FOI requests, and in fact that FOI request came when I was in my 20s, so in the last decade. This is all new information that we're able to get about my father, that we've always kind of thought and known but never has been confirmed. And like one of the, even the little things, we always knew, one of the stories that had always travelled down before we got the documents was that my dad's mum was giving birth to his brother, and that's why the three of them were back in the Humpy with an aunt. So, you know, our fear of hospitals, which we have and we discuss a little bit later on, and then, you know, it's reinforced by a whole bunch of other things, but it actually even stems from this basic moment where, you know, the basis of my father's first interaction with the medical system is knowledge that it can be used to take either himself or his mother away.
And we have that document in the materials. I'll just quickly move from this one
yeah,
because it's almost impossible to read.
That nobody believed it. I believe the only other one apart from me that was raising this was Jackie Charles and another cousin of mine who is better known as Belgium No Jurisdiction Edwards. I seem to have a few characters in my family from those orphanage foster days, and it's developed some of them into the people they are now, because once they started learning more about themselves, they realised it was a system that gave them all their problems. And to quote my cousin, governments, you made me the criminal I am.
No, he says he's an institutional made man.
Yeah, but he also
Does
called
Uncle
it
Shop?
out.
And Uncle, we can see on this document, it's very hard to read, so I'm going to read my version. But the very first entry on your criminal record there was recorded in Mooroopna, and the court is the Mooroopna CC, the Mooroopna Children's Court, on the 24th of May 1956. So next week will be the anniversary of that date.
Yes.
And your crime was that at 2.5 years old, you were, the offence is listed as, I can read this, and you, it would be good for you to confirm that I'm correct. It says, child in need of care and protection.
Correct.
That's correct. And at the same time, my two sisters were also put under that act.
I mean,
We were then moved to Tirana, which back then was the baby's home. It was not Tirana Youth Training Centre as we call it today. It divided into Baltara, Tirana, which became the Youth Justice, and Baltara for kids in need of care and protection 12 and under. So I was in there when it was just, if you like, the passing through place. You were sent there, they then sent you on to other places.
it's always gotten up my craw, this particular, well, okay, so to be completely honest, this is a shame job on me. I didn't believe that. So when I hit uni, I got into law, and I studied that for 8 years, and I came out with no formal qualifications. But I studied it for 8 years, and initially, what the law teaches you, and it's totally colonial, is that the law teaches you essentially to believe in it, to believe in its ability to protect you, and to believe in its ability to right injustice. And I didn't believe that the law could be so unjust as to give a child a criminal conviction. So I didn't believe him. We fought about it because he raised, my parents raised me to have a voice. And I know they regretted that when I hit about 14. And in fact, they used to say it to me sometimes, but they raised me to have a voice. And so I didn't believe it. He knew that I didn't believe it. And when I did, when he was correct, and shame on me for not believing him. And I read all of this. It's not just the criminal conviction that gets up my craw. It's the actual words in the conviction. My father was living, yes, in a humpy by the banks of the Goulburn River. My father's family had been living in humpies on the banks of rivers for hundreds and hundreds of years. He was in no more danger than any other child who was raised in that way, of which some of our community were able to hold on to their kids and raise them in that way. The very fact that, even those words listed, the idea that Dad wasn't cared for, his mother was not physically present at the time, and they had a caregiver because she was giving birth. What
Isabel,
indication?
That's what we see, and you get that from this document, don't you? At the
Yes.
time, the children were admitted, mother was in hospital receiving treatment, and the children were being cared for by her mother, and those other descriptions.
Yes.
This is where you find that out.
Auntie Vera was there. That's not on there, but Auntie Vera was there. So
That
that's
was the other
She's the
sister.
last one. She's the last one still left that's still alive in Nan's
She
generation.
was Mum's sister, and her and Nan were caring for the three of us. So it
She
wasn't
was
like
14.
Nan was doing it alone.
Yep,
There
and
was-
so although there's the record in the removal order earlier says mother not able to care for the child. In fact, she was in hospital at the time.
Yes.
She was literally not able to care for the child because she was giving birth, so she got in touch with her mother who raised her to care for the child. And her sister also came along, who was 14, and as we all know, 14-year-olds are pretty good babysitters, especially when they've got extra adult supervision. I was.
So for me, yes, everything you will show is true. There is some evidence that I believe will show a pattern of me requesting help from the authorities for my own. I had a rage problem that almost made me kill people. A few times I had to be stopped. In there, my reporter talks about too.
And you're speaking about some records in this material from Tirana where you get to speak to a psych or a social worker about your age issues?
Yes,
Yep.
but there's also another one. I had a previous FOI, which Philip Fox, a lawyer, asked me for a copy of to see if they could do something about it. And I can't find that one, but it also mentions that the other one, if we can ever get it, someone sue Philip Fox for it, it mentions that the welfare worker, social worker, whatever they were, after what happened on my 8th birthday, he thought I was having panic attacks and I needed help.
So
Nothing done.
So Dad provides testimony in here about his 8th birthday party, his only ever birthday party, and his first panic attack. And I've lost my point. I'm sorry, Dad. You'll have
It
to
was
take that.
recorded.
Yes, it was recorded. So basically what Dad's saying is after that, Miss Noakes, who was Dad's foster mum for the largest period of time, she noticed the panic attack and thought that she would report that to the authorities or whatever. And the social worker actually came out, did an investigation of it, did a write-up, and this file is still sitting in Philip Fox's possessions because we weren't given it back. After they rejected it, told Dad that he didn't have a case, they didn't give us the files back. And so there's an actual file in there where the social worker notes that Mrs. Noakes thinks that he's having panics, that his face, that he got all sweaty and his face went white. And she said in that, I believe Larry is displaying signs of distress and needs further assistance. So there are also documents that we know exist that we don't have access to, that in this round of files when we asked for them, they were redacted. Because also the files that we've been able to provide, that's only half of them, because half of them have been redacted. And the reasoning that we mostly are given for why they're redacted is that they might have someone else's name on them. So for example, I know that they redacted one of the files because it's about both my father and his sister Patsy. So that gave them license to redact all of it from us. But there's other things that also are still in here, and particularly the psychologist's reports from his prison systems. They've always been redacted when we've gotten those. So, you know, my dad's complete file picture isn't there, and I am at this point incredibly suspicious of why, because everything that we have found so far basically shows to me that the state knew exactly what they were doing, and well, not that what they were doing, but they knew exactly the homes and the scenarios that they were placing him into.
Can I just ask, so these records are with the state?
Yeah,
Yes.
these are all state government records, and so the state government has them. Phillips Fox has some that we don't have, and it's interesting. The reason Philip Fox comes up, and we're a little bit suspicious of this, and we don't 100% know what the go is, but Dad went to them, or they came to Dad and said, "We'll help you work out if you have a case to sue the government for stolen gens." They got the FOI, this first FOI with all these files in it. Suddenly they said, Dad, you don't have a case. And then it turns out they were actually providing the government advice on what should be given to people in Dad's
Like me.
position, what should be given out on an FOI request. So we've become fundamentally, and maybe nothing's gone wrong. However, those set of circumstances make me, it's fishy. Something's fishy, and considering the way this country has tried not to take account for stolen generation survivors or compensate them for the clear infringements upon their human rights that were placed on them by the state, it just makes me think that A, the state is waiting for them all to die so that they can't get any compensation and recognition, or B, they're covering it all up until they die so that they can't get any recognition. And I am just so lucky that I happen to come from one of the ones who has survived thus far. You know, I have uncles and aunts who haven't survived, whose kids won't even get a look in, who the continuation of trauma in those families don't even get a look in terms of the political conversations that occur.
But again, we will go into that later. My point is that whilst this says I have a problem, it is not the first time the government has written that, and it won't be, well, hopefully it is the last time, but it shows that they recognised something was wrong and did nothing. And that rage, that anger, I had to learn to control. I had to be stopped 4 or 5 times before I did kill people, I must admit. I am not going to pretend to be a good man. My early life was not good. It was filled with rage, anger, and I would overstep the mark. But you see, I didn't try ever. All I wanted was peace, but people would keep trying to fight me, and I'd keep trying to say to them I didn't want to, and then one hit later, once I got struck, that was it. I would lose it completely. I would be just a red haze in front of me with their throat in my hands,
So Dad,
or their face being busted with my hands.
so Dad,
Me trying to throw people into trains, me trying to throw people under trams, me trying deliberately to kill people, and no one in the system, when I said it, would help. So I had to learn to control that rage all by myself. Every now and then, I used to go away just to fight trees, just to fight walls, just to let that rage out, because I'd come back. The injuries would heal overnight. May have broken metacarpals in my hand, may have had other injuries I caused myself, but it was the way to get it out until I learnt another way of controlling it. I had to learn that myself. Every now and then, sometimes when people bother me too much, I let them see a peek of it.
so Dad,
and then everyone backs away from me.
can I contextualise?
No, but I've got to say that it took me 40 years to learn how to use it to tell people no. Before that, I would have to go away, or someone would get hurt, or someone would end up in jail, and likely me. So I believe in my heart, in my head, that the system failed me, not just by giving me a childhood conviction. It failed me time and time again when I requested help, when social workers wrote something was wrong. I was not getting any. The fact that I'm here and not using my anger anymore and haven't used my anger for 30 years to harm someone, the fact that now and then I would come home covered in blood.
Can I contextualise, please, yet?
My daughter noticed one night she woke up
Can I
when
contextualise,
I was
please,
getting
yet?
home. Yeah, I'm just saying, when I was getting home, just for me to go and have a shower to wash off all my blood.
I promise if I move on, you can interrupt me and tell
Yeah.
me. I just want to say, let's contextualise this stuff. In his statement, around 30 and 31, and one of the particular things that he says that I think is particularly relevant is he says, these were not the choices that I wanted to make, but these were the only choices I had at the time. And I want to talk a little bit about my father's violence because I have a very different view of it. And that's possibly because I'm a child of his, but I actually think it's because I'm not him. Because he is caught in a situation, he often feels shame and guilt about things that I do not think he deserves to feel shame and guilt about. He often feels shame and guilt and that has been placed upon him, right? You know, my dad is talking about these violent incidences. What he hasn't told you is about the fact that my father was the only Aboriginal person in the towns that he was in the communities, in the schools he was in. He was banned from fighting, and what that meant was that every kid was able to hit him, but if he hit back, he was told he would immediately be sent back to the orphanage and out of his foster care environment and away from any friends that he had made. You know, my father wasn't given, it's not like, when he's talking about violence, it's not like my life. When I grew up, in my childhood, not all of it, but for the majority of my childhood, I got to choose if violence was a part of my life or not. There are a few instances where I didn't, but for the majority of my childhood, I got to choose. My father didn't. Violence was a part of his everyday existence, and it was a part of him. And then there was no one talking to him about how to move through that. There was no one providing him solutions. And in fact, he also talks about it in here. His foster parent at the time responded to this situation by saying, okay, I'll teach you how to defend yourself. And essentially, he was a veteran, and Dad has, again, you'll read this and you'll see Dad has so much more empathy than I am capable of in this scenario. He was placed with a veteran who had PTSD and was alcoholic and substance abusing, was beating my father and his wife. And so when Dad was banned from fighting, his response was then to teach my father holds and choking positions that could cripple a person very quickly. The only way he knew how to teach that to a human, and my father doesn't say this explicitly either, the only way that was taught to my father was by having that done to my father. So this is the model he's getting at home for how to resolve this. And then he's going into schools, and and when he gets to Tirana and there's fights at Tirana, he's saying, I'm distressed. At no point.
Can we go to this piece of evidence? This is just a beautiful reflection of what you're saying. Youth, I think that's Uncle Larry.
Yes.
Youth was taken into the Noakes home at the age of 6 years. He committed this offence when he'd run away from home. He's very conscious of his colour, stating this causes too many fights. He states he hates fighting. In his own words, have you ever won a fight and gone home and cried?
But also, right, I know that the world has moved on in terms of psychology, in terms of how we treat kids and all of those kinds of things. But in what world is that a happy and well little boy? In what world are you, a caseworker, looking over that little boy and get that notice and go, he's perfectly fine, leave him where he is, let's not even ask a question? Dad is empathetic. So, you know, Dad lived with the Noakeses. He, you know, cared for Mrs. Noakes until she died, and for Mr. Noakes. And they were gone by his 30s, before I was around. He has compassion for them because he lived with them for over, he was involved in their lives for over 2 decades. And he also understands that Mr. Noakes had PTSD, which no one else understood at the time. But I can't have that compassion because the state knew. The state knew.
Isabel, one of the other things I wanted to talk about with the Noakeses is in particular, Mrs. Noakes's ambivalence about Uncle's Aboriginality.
Yeah.
And search for his continuing questions. If I could just bring up page 12, and then there's quite a few of these
Yes.
social work notes where this first one, if we, the background, Larry often seems to be teased because of his background.
One thing I want you to notice about most of those reports, you notice they do not refer to me in the person in the room. Most of these reports are my foster mother's opinions, not any of mine. So again, the social workers were very bad at their job. They should have interviewed me separately from my foster parents, but they never did.
That says, Miss Noakes says Larry is becoming, sorry, I haven't read this bit. I mean, I've read all of them, but sometimes you miss bits. It says, sorry, I find this funny. I thought you would too, Dad. Miss Noakes said that Larry is really becoming a teenager. He wants to grow his hair long. You've managed to now.
I managed to the minute I got 15. Never got it cut again.
Well, maybe that's why I've never had any restrictions around my flowing locks.
So what I'm saying is, please take into account when you're reading most of the transcripts supposedly between the welfare, my foster parents and myself, you'll notice a lot of the times there is very little conversation with me. And one of the biggest problems was, I already knew I was Aboriginal. And yet they kept trying to deny it.
So it says, the social worker asked if Larry knew of his racial background, brackets, this had been a problem before, end bracket. Mrs. Noakes said that she had told him that she thought he was quarter caste. She said she's not sure about this and Larry would really like to know. Mrs. Noakes has pointed out that he should not worry about what the others say because there are plenty of European boys in his class who are as dark as he is. Now, this seems to be after... in earlier notes, I think Mrs. Noakes is flat out denying...
Yeah, she does. Earlier notes, there's things where Mrs. Noakes is like, it's just not relevant to Dad.
Yeah,
I'll let you talk on it, but the only thing I'll say is, because I know it's your story, Dad, but the only thing I'll say is that... you know, I cannot believe the surreal nature of a unformed prefrontal cortex brain of an 8-year-old who is being hit at school for being a black bastard. I cannot imagine what it would do to that 8-year-old's mind to go home or to every major authority around him and say, I'm Aboriginal, meaning like I'm being hit for being black, so let me connect with anything black. Let me be black then. If I am Aboriginal, because that was also why Dad was asking, because he wanted to be with his people. Even then he knew he wasn't with his people.
I also kept asking questions about parentage and family.
And they would always tell him he was unwanted. They would always say to him that he was the reason that he was there is because he was unwanted, that none of his family members requested information about him or asked about him, and his mother had never been heard of again. We found out years later, and we wrote it in Dad's testimony, and it is actually something that I believe affected my nan's relationship with all of her children who were taken, the lies around this. It turns out that my nan wrote basically monthly. Maybe not that frequently, but basically she wrote a lot to Dad, to Joylene, to Patsy, and to the authorities trying to gain photographs. I've seen a letter where she tried to just get a photograph, where she's tried to gain access to them, custody. There's even letters where she was asked, they asked Dad and tried to apply pressure on her to give Dad away for adoption, and she refused to sign the form that allowed Dad to be adopted. And all the while Dad's told, she's not communicating at all with you. And then she's told in response, your son doesn't want these letters. He doesn't want anything to do with you. He, you know, can you imagine how heartbreaking it was for Melva in that scenario? You know, because also she was a disenfranchised woman living at a time when she had less power because of the actual very dark nature of her skin, and you don't believe that stuff, but when you hear that stuff for 20 years and some of your kids don't come home.
Isabel, I'm going to take you to page 100 first, and then I will. I found in the documents those exact moments that you've spoken of. I'll just close off on this searching for Aboriginality, which keeps getting shut down. At the bottom of page 100, well, firstly, I have to take you to the, a little bit above it. If we can just scroll down a little bit more, so that we get the very bottom of the page. Perfect. We can stop there. Now, really just because it's revealing, you see there Mrs. Noakes felt, the social worker pointed out, there was a concern that Larry was going to leave. Mrs. Noakes was incredibly attached to Uncle Larry, and it seems as though it was very concerned that his mother would in fact come back and take him, and was obviously not wanting that to happen and undermining that eventuality. So the social worker pointed out to Mrs. Noakes that it is unlikely that Larry wants to leave them. Like boys of his age, he probably wants somewhere to himself, like a cubby house or tree hut, etc. Mrs. Noakes felt that because he is part Aboriginal, he wants to go walkabout. However, social worker pointed out that Aborigines learn this behaviour by living together from each other. Larry has not had a chance to learn this, as he only lived with his family for about 2 years. And then social worker also discussed the fact that Larry does not know he is part Aboriginal. So at this point, she hasn't even given the lie of a quarter caste.
But here's the thing.
This is also
You're in orphanages with my sister, me, up until 5, 6. No one in the orphanage is Aboriginal. You go to another place because they separate boys and girls, known there as Aboriginal, known there in the boys' home associating with his cousins as Aboriginal, although we didn't know it back then. And yet I get to foster homes and everyone's trying to deny what I've always been said of in every home and every orphanage.
The other thing that this document is actually an indication of is what's going on around it, which is that Dad is currently at this time learning holds and how to punch people quickly. And by that I mean Mr. Noakes is currently, this is also the time period that that began and stepped up, because Mr. Noakes' alcoholism and PTSD started to run untreated. So the other piece of context for this document, that they're talking about Larry wanting to go away. Actually, Dad did want to leave at this point in time. He was very unhappy and he was trying to run away repeatedly. And instead of anyone asking Dad what was going on, why his behaviour was exhibited like this, they made pretty racist assumptions, as you can see.
There's also a record
by the way,
of Larry
can I say something about
hiding
that too?
things in the backyard.
Yeah, but can I say something about that? You noticed earlier from one of the others where I talk about him hiding his flagons of red wine and whiskey in the garden. Odd that he could find that stuff so quite readily, my so-called stash of food. Maybe I was indicating something else, but nobody ever asked me. I mean, I was putting the fucking food right next to his fucking plonk.
But also,
What else was I indicating? Maybe I was indicating he should leave.
Dad didn't
No, but yeah,
have
I didn't have the language.
for a lot of this stuff, because even though now we're starting to get into a little bit of a time when Dad is more articulate, you know, he's moving out of childhood and he's getting to teenagerdom and stuff, he still didn't have the language for any of this stuff, and he didn't have anyone in his corner who was remotely interested in providing him that language or discussing it with him, or the closest he had were other Aboriginal foster kids that he knew that he was being discouraged from being around because they were considered bad influences and making him think he was black.
Can I just
Yeah,
ask, were
yeah.
you the only child in that
Yes.
placement?
I believe
Yes.
the real reason they fostered me was not so much about me as to save their own marriage. Look, they were an older couple. She was from squadocracy, the foster mother. The foster father, his father and his brothers moved out here after the First World War, got, what do you call them, soldier settlements,
Yep.
even though they were English soldiers. They fought in, they came out here, that was the deal, the British made. They became big landowners. So he, at the time, when he was fostering me, not only did he have his own small business, but he owned land in South Melbourne, Chelsea. I could name a few places, but he had to sell them off every time to pay for his court cases. So from a man who came from a very middle-class background, and war destroyed him, because one of the beauties of him, he had a great library of English classics, American classics, European classics,
My dad learned to read.
and other things, and I would read them for something to do.
So I have dyslexia, and I can't spell for crap, and but my grammar, I can put a sentence together with a nice little twang. Whereas my father, it's like the opposite. So we write well together because I'll put a nice little sentence together and he'll make sure it's all spelt correctly and using these big words from novels that I'm astounded by.
I don't read
If
much.
I can take you to page 163, I would just like some appreciation of the beauty of your father's handwriting at 17 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice I don't write like that anymore. If you ever
No.
get a letter from me, it's in capitals or in, what
So
do they
the
call
story
it?
for
Script.
how Dad ended up at the Noakes, the story for that goes that there was a veteran involved in the orphanage that Dad was in at that stage, and
Salvation Army.
the Salvation Army, and Dad had been kicked in and out, sent to a few different homes, all failed, and it was assumed that he would continue to kick around the orphanage until basically adulthood. So there was a veteran involved, that was a vet, Mr. Noakes, who was in Mr. Noakes' regiment, that was somehow involved with the orphanage. And he came to Mr. Noakes and he said, we've got this kid, and if he doesn't get out of here soon, that's it. He's going to become, he's made for prison. Because he too could see the pathway between foster care into the prison institution. So that's why the Noakeses initially became interested in Dad, because their marriage was on the fritz. Mr. Noakes identified with characters who could potentially, Dad was always seen, so unfairly, Dad always was seen for his potential for the bad things he could do. At that time, no one looked at him for the potential for the good things that he had and that he could do. And I think at that time, Mr. Noakes actually identified with the darkness in Dad. Because Mr. Noakes was pretty dark himself. And I think he thought he could save this child. But ultimately, his PTSD and his alcoholism got to him. And then once he began to beat Mrs. Noakes reliably in front of my father and to beat my father,
Oh, don't worry.
hasn't seemed I don't know, you just don't respect that parental figure.
No,
so,
but you've got to remember, I got me revenge. Somewhere in the thing I mentioned that I got sick of him hitting his wife, So I put a plan together where I was going to punch into him and then bolt out the back door, and as he bolted out after me, I used a piece of wood and told him, yeah, on him.
But see, some
And
people
told
think,
him never hit her again.
but see, some people think that this is just a story of gratuitous violence that my father is telling, and that is not what is going on. My father is telling this story because he had no other choice at that stage in his life. His choice was to continue to watch his mother be beaten, foster mother be beaten, and be beaten himself, or to enact a piece of violence. And my father, one of the most heartbreaking parts of my whole father's written testimony, he writes about violence bringing him peace, and the dichotomy, the horrible trap that felt for a teenager, for the only way to know that I am going to be safe from being physically harmed for the next 3 weeks is if I commit an egregious act of violence. You know, Dad doesn't put it in that way, but that's because Dad's had to be strong. He's had to live a different life from the life I've had to live.
Look, in plain, simple terms, I never wanted to fight, but if I was going to fight,
You're going to do it well.
got hurt. Then I'd be left alone for a couple of weeks because nobody else wanted to risk being hurt. So if I broke someone's arm in football or I did something that hurt a couple of people, a few punches, but a few weeks, no trouble.
The last thing I'll say on Dad's violence is this. This is something that, this is one of the reasons he's gotten me here, because this is very challenging for him to talk about. But my father carries physical injuries as a result of his childhood. So there is scarring, and I know this because I'm my father's primary carer, and so we do a lot of doctor's appointments together, because also we find medical institutions often quite racist and disenfranchising, and when we don't do it together, our care isn't often as competent. So we do it together. So I'm acutely, I know 100% what is going on with my father's body, and I can tell you that he has scarring on a muscle tissue level all throughout his shoulders and back down into his hips. So, you know, usually when they think about old people and their pain and their backs and their it's joints, yeah, and arthritis, that's the kind of pain you're imagining. That's not what's going on with Dad. With Dad, all of his muscles at some point in childhood have been expanded so far that they've actually ripped and scarred. And it's happened repeatedly throughout childhood, and the only people, when this was finally diagnosed, because this took a long time actually to get diagnosis, they had to do MRIs, they had to do, you had to do all sorts of things to actually work out, and they didn't think it would be what it was, because this scarification, the most two common types of people that exhibit this type of scarification through muscle tissue is child soldiers and child slaves. So I'm not trying to insinuate that my father was either a child soldier or a child slave. I'm not. What I am trying to say is the level of violence and physical harm placed on his body repetitively before his body was developed we could see it. Doctors can see it. He can't lift his arms up beyond here now. Maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic, but, and most people, and this will be a shock for any of our community that's listening, that hears this today, or for most of you, because my father, one of the things that his trauma has done to him is that he needs to be strong and he needs to be tough. And that's also partly why I'm so proud of him for this, and for him allowing me later to testify about intergenerational trauma, because he's humbling and vulnerable. He's making himself vulnerable. And to allow me to say this about his body is also him making himself vulnerable. And I say this not to be, oh, poor fellow me, but I say this because, isn't that shocking? Like, I believe it because I live with him, and I know basically Dad can't reach any cupboard. I know that basically Dad can't, we have whole different systems in our house. so that Dad can access all the things he needs. And it makes me so angry in sometimes on his behalf, because that was a gift given to him from his childhood, you know, from being hit so many times. And like our doctor, our GP, that we actually developed a relationship with, that over a couple of years that they'd diagnosed this, she cried when she got the report. She cried at us. And it's not the first time we've had doctors cry at us, but she cried because she and she apologised. And I think many other doctors probably owe Dad an apology, and possibly community members, if they realise how much pain that this man carries. But she apologised to him because she was like, I was not dealing with your pain levels appropriately before. I thought it was joint and skeletal issues. I'm sorry, Uncle Larry. You know, the amount of pain that this man has had to carry, and then also the fact that people just repeatedly do not believe him until irrefutable evidence is placed in front of them. I mean, why would you not believe a man who's saying, I can't move my shoulder, it's in so much pain? Why would you not believe that? But eventually it does. Thankfully, eventually you find the good soul.
You know why? It's because I've always maintained, no matter who hit me, no matter what was used on me, I would never show a reaction. Despite my pain, I would go to things and never show a reaction. People thought sometimes that I was a bit off my face, pacing up and down the back of a room in a meeting. No, if I didn't move, the pain would get worse and someone might see it.
It's also another reason that I get
With panic attacks, it was the same thing. I was having them, I knew they were coming, but I would not let anyone see me have one. I would not let anyone see me have any pain. I would not let anyone see me have anxiety. I would not let anyone, because I was there to help mine. And if mine were in pain too, I could handle mine.
Do you know when my father...
Lately, I have days where I can't move. I'm frozen solid because of pain. But I never let my pain be seen public.
The other thing I have
They
to
used to say, in my younger days, no one had ever seen me cry until I turned 40.
I have to also say, to my father's credit, that actually he's now just publicly discussing panic attacks.
Uncle, it's actually time for us to have a cuppa.
Okay, but I just want to say this. The reason Dad is actually now discussing panic attacks and this level of... So there's twofold reasons that he wanted to discuss these. One, because we are insistent, we know that this is still going on, and we want to be... We hope that this process is a part of addressing that and making sure that our future generations don't continue to feel it. But two, my dad is now speaking out about these things because these are things that his children's generation, and including me, are facing. My father's spoken out today about his panic attacks, which have been his big secret his whole life, because I am now, because over the last 4 to 5 years, I have been diagnosed with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and I have panic attacks. My father has started to choose to label these things which make him feel scared and vulnerable because of me and for me. And I know he wants to walk away and he wants to stop, and that's okay, and we will stop in just 1 second, but I just think it's important to understand that the reason he's doing this, the reason he's crying about it, is he wouldn't have done it 10 years ago, 5 years ago, before I got diagnosed. My father would not have told you about his panic attacks. It would have been the rest of the narrative. He wouldn't have gone into the actual trauma. But he's only doing this because he realises that the cycle is perpetuating and he wants it to stop. And I want that on the record, because that is something that gives me immeasurable pride in him.
Thank you.
So continue time, Chair,
Thank you.
for our break.
Yes.
The Yoorrook Justice Commission is adjourned until 11:30.
Thank you.
The Yoorrook Justice Commission has now...
Thank you.
Uncle, before we get off with some more, get on with your testimony, you provided us, when we came and visited, with some photos that I would like to show because they address moments that you've discussed in your evidence so far. And the first I'd like to show is a photo taken of you at your 8th birthday party that you mentioned in your witness statement. And am I right in saying you're over here?
I'm that dark one next to, I can't
He's
remember
the one
who
going
it
like
is.
this.
No, wait. I have to look closer because...
in the white shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one in the white shirt. Next to me is Italian...
You pointed at Dad.
first-generation Italian Australian. That was... He lived 4 doors down from me.
But point out you, Dad.
Yeah, okay, that one lived four doors down from me. That one was 2 doors up from me, the Italian parents. That one was directly opposite, German parents.
The reason he brings up the parents is because
Bullshit.
only the migrant kids would talk to Dad, not the skips.
Yeah. The Fords, I think because their dad was in the same spots as, because a lot of the soldiers from Dad's foster father's group all lived in the same area.
So Daddy,
some of their kids were the kids I could play with.
Daddy,
Oh,
when
man.
did we get this photo?
That was my 8th birthday. It was sent to Joy Loon, and Joy Loon, my sister, had kept all these photos that I didn't even realise existed.
And
Luckily I sent them as a kid and then forgot about them, so years later they come back to...
The other interesting thing about this photo, and the notes just chose this to be the happy snap that they took from this event, is this is actually my father experiencing his first panic attack. It's actually been documented right here. You can see it on his face. Do you want to talk more?
No, it's... we cut the cake, and just after I cut it, the panic attack happened. I turned as white as a ghost, collapsed, vomited, and that was the end of the party, eh? Good way to end the party, me have a panic attack.
Why did you panic though, Daddy?
Well, you got to remember, I already know I'm banned from fighting. I already know it's restricting where and who I can associate with. So I mainly stuck with the people in the same street as me, rather than... And it was funny, but all the people that were being bullied or being afraid of being bullied always hung around with me because I was never scared of anybody, and I was never worried about what was going to happen or not going to happen. A lot of people say I always looked indifferent to everything. When I was asked questions, I was always indifferent. No, it wasn't that I was indifferent. It was just that no matter what I say to you, you're not going to listen to me, so why bother? So it was that age I developed all that. I developed an awareness that I was alone. I developed an awareness that there was no one else going to protect me but me. I developed the awareness that the only reasons these people were at the party is they all lived in the same street and they were all friends of the foster parents. It doesn't necessarily mean they were my friends. I just, it just reminded me that I was alone. And so, I don't know why, that might have brought it on, the panic attack. You know, were they really friends?
I mean, it's interesting because this is also the first documentation my father has through the state about his mental health, actually. So this is the file that we've referred to that Philip Fox is in possession of that we were not given back. That the social worker actually commented on this because Mrs. Noakes, because this is early on in Dad's placement with the Noakeses. It was this party. This was one of their sort of like, and their only sort of celebration of having Dad into their family unit. So this is the so it was very early on. So Miss Noakes did actually report Dad's panic and unease. So this photo represents a lot, not just, you know, it represents that, but it also represents the most powerful part of it. I think the pleasantly most powerful part of it.
It was also
was that Joylene held the photo for 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it also says something else. For me, it says this was the start of me not being able to trust anyone.
And I look at him and breaks my little heart because he's tiny and I was tiny and I looked like that, and he has such dark, beautiful caramel skin, and then you think,
and yet
how could they tell him he wasn't a black fella? Look at that face.
Speaking of look at that face, if there's one other photo of Uncle Larry when he's a child with Santa Claus, that
I was 6, I think.
is a little bit
one.
earlier, yes.
Yeah, so Joylene kept this. Joylene kept all these. So Dad and Joylene, because they remembered each other, it's in the testimony, because they remembered each other, they got separated at 5. So they would always ask questions about each other or ask to write letters. And most of them were denied, but it looks like 3 letters actually went through to Joylene, and she kept absolutely every single photograph and part of that. And we didn't even know that until her son, Stephen Rao, my cousin, who's a photographer, was sort of rescanning in all the old images that his mum had, and you know, making good quality, and then that's how we found.
Council,
And if you notice there, look how good looking I was, and look at me now. Look at me now compared to how good looking I was back then. I was a good looking kid. What happened? No, I was just saying, it's sort of like life influences how you look in the end from your life, you know. Person that's had a hard life, you can read it on their face. Person that's had a good life, you can read it on their face. There was a kid that didn't have distrust. There was a kid that didn't have hate. There was a kid who was just finding other new life. And even then he looks like he's got a bit of a cheeky grin. But I would say there's the innocent me.
the moving words just spoken by Uncle Larry make it clear we need to be able to identify this photograph when we come back to it.
Yes,
so
Uncle,
is this in the information pack?
It is
It
not.
isn't?
These
No.
are newly...
Yes.
I would like to tender these if you're
I'm
happy
okay with it. I'm
for us
okay
to do
with
that.
it.
I'm happy to send in nicer photographs as well of the
A
photographs.
better
'cause
copy,
we have
yes.
digital
That-
versions.
Yes.
So we,
Great,
I'm happy
thank
to
you.
send. But at Sorella, we just showed her the physical copies when she came and visited us, so that's why.
They're
Yep.
lovely photographs, thank you.
Yes, and so I will identify them though. They will end up being, the photograph of the birthday party
Oh,
will
there's
end
the
up
third
being
one,
Annexure
isn't there?
B,
Yep.
and this will be Annexure C.
Thank you.
Oh, and there's the third one.
Which
There
And
is a
that's-
third one.
And that's when I was 21, I think.
my
Can
father,
we bring that up?
my father just had his accident on his fingers with his guillotine. So this is after the tops of his fingers got chopped off when he was 21, and he sent it to Joylene to be like, still living. So you might notice my dad's fingers are a little bit different. It's funny because one of my favourite teachers in school had exactly the same. He clearly must have cut his hands to guillotine too.
No, if you worked in either meatworks or in metalworks, it was common to
Well,
have
I
these
liked him.
accidents back in the days when there was no guards.
I liked him before he even opened his mouth, that teacher, because he had the same finger as you.
If you're happy to provide us this as well,
Yeah,
we'll have this as an
but again, you can see I was dark, and you can see in the younger photos I was dark.
It's
And
very
yet,
hard to imagine that
Up
this
until
man is not an Aboriginal man.
15, there was all these denials, and then I got sick of the crap, so I'm going, no. And I went under my proper name, which was Walsh.
Not Noakes.
I refused to be an Oakes. Even in secondary school, every time the teachers wanted to write down my name, I'd write down Walsh rather than Noakes, which, by the way, helped get me out of trouble because there was only a Larry Noakes in the school. So whenever some teacher wasn't sure of my name, I'd just write Walsh. And nobody in the school knew who it was, so I got out of trouble here and there again.
Can I ask a question? Yep.
Yes.
Did they officially change your surname to?
No.
No, it was still.
It was still Walsh,
officially,
but because of them being the foster parents,
they enrolled you as.
I had to go under their name.
No,
Uh,
Malva was asked, and in fact it looks like pressured to give Dad and the others, but I'm only going to talk about Dad because Dad's my dad and that's the story I know and that's what I've been given permission to talk about. It looks like Nan was pressured quite considerably to sign the forms, which meant that, because Dad was quite young, that he could be adopted, and she refused to sign the form saying that he could be adopted, saying, I want my child back. And I don't know what happened with the others or because I haven't looked at their files because I'm his daughter, not Auntie Patsy's or Auntie Jolene's.
but there is very much similarities because she didn't try for the one. She wanted the three back.
Uncle, this is a letter of the 10th of September in which there are quite a few records noting that that your mother was very regularly being requested to sign you over for adoption. If we could go to the very bottom of this, the letter indicates on Larry's return to the institution, a couple took him for holidays, and they were interested in adopting you. Because of this, Miss Walsh was approached and interviewed by the local police at Woorronon, near Swan
It's on
Hill.
the border, just up from Swan Hill.
She stated at this time she did not want any of the children adopted, that she was living in a de facto and intended to apply for return of her children. So the police get sent out to ask in these situations, obviously,
Yeah.
and she said no then.
And you've got to understand, back in her days, because of the way she was raised, pre-citizenship, police had full authority.
Oh,
And so for her to resist the police would have been a very big act in them days of defiance.
Oh yeah, for Nan to actually say no, I want my kids back, would not have been a safe thing for her to do. And because of the fractures that existed, I mean, I only speak for me on this, not even for Dad, but because of the fractures that existed in our relationship, because of the pain around being taken, none of this was actually able to be resolved in her lifetime. So she died before all of her kids really realised that she fought for them. She died before she realised that her kids had fought for her as kids as well. you know, she died before any of that pain was actually resolved, and I feel for her. I feel for, yeah, I didn't have a relationship with my nan, but
Also,
that's sad. That's sad for her too.
also
Uncle,
on
this is
that,
the police form from that.
yeah,
This is the
also
Victoria
on
Police
that,
form.
there's another thing to take into account. Her son, my younger brother who died in a police cell, wrote a letter in 1965. I can't find it. In the hope that we could reach you so that Mum could get to see you. And the address was in Swan Hill. I had to
Uncle,
convince
how
him.
long had that letter been sitting on the
65,
Tirana file?
and this was 68.
For 3
Three
years.
Three
and a half
years.
years at that stage.
3 years later, because I now was a citizen, I was allowed to see it.
But I thank Bunjil for that, Uncle. I thank Bunjil for that caseworker who went back and thought about it, because that's where my dad's story as a stolen man differs from many other stolen men and women, is that Dad knew he had a home to come back to and where his home was earlier than a lot of other stolen people found out.
Yeah, and
You know, they knew they were stolen, they knew they had homes to come back to, but Dad actually, through his brother and that letter, was able to find his home, you know, so he was able to return home in his teens as a result of that.
It took a lot of paperwork back in them days.
Well, not return home fully, but he was able to get
Go
a
visit.
relationship.
Then Mum told me about, then when we finally had conversations, she told me about that she couldn't find Joylene or Patsy. Oh, scrubbed it. They're alive, sorry. That she couldn't find my two sisters. So I went and seen my social worker. I said, I already know one. And told her about Joylene. And so I went and seen my social worker, and we had a conversation. I said, I believe I've got another sister I don't know much about. And he opened my file. This was a social worker. He opened my file and suggested that maybe he'd make me a cup of tea. And I was okay with it, but he left the file open, and I think he wanted me to sneak behind the desk and read it, so I did. And there was my sister's name and her address. I knew the stress it caused other people finding out that they were fostered or adopted, so I contacted the family. I made arrangements to meet the foster father.
More respectful than me. I would have gone straight to, so he's good, my dad.
Well, I didn't know whether she knew or not, and I didn't want to be the person to set in motion a train of events that I'd seen in other friends and families. So I contacted them, I told them who I was. We met up, had a couple of beers, well, after work. Back in them days, 6 o'clock swivel. So it was just 1 or 2 beers before the end of the day. You should have been in a pub between 5 and 6 to see how many beers people would line up just to get that 1 hour swivel back in the day. But we had a couple of beers and discussed it. He said he never discussed it with her, blah, blah, blah. So I gave them the chance to talk to my sister about it.
Gracious.
I actually got to meet her by pretending to be a friend of the family, and then to make sure that they were letting her know, because I then met her and discussed that she had brothers and sisters and a mother and so forth. And I let Joylene know. I went and said to Melba, Mum at the time, she's not ready yet. Might take me another 6 to 12 months. My baby brother, I guess under Mum's instruction, had a peek into my address diary. You know how you carry the little notebook with addresses on it? So she shot down there to tell the sister she was her mother, and the sister wasn't ready for it, as I said. And so the sister ran away for a couple of years. Finally, she got to accept it.
I was going to say, not very long.
No, just a couple of years.
Only long enough to process it.
Process
Such a big
it.
thing to process, finding out your family isn't your family and you have a different family and reconceiving of what the concept of family is.
So I
That's
waited
huge.
for her to come to terms with it herself before we had the next discussion. Mum didn't mean to, but she put it back an extra year than it needed to be because Mum was finally going to get the chance to see this daughter that she hadn't seen since a baby and understand me. It was no other reason that her wanting to see her baby at that time, because she only seen that baby before it was taken.
Well, and that aunt was a proper like, Dad was 2.5, and he was the middle child. So Joylene was a tiny bit older, and Auntie
The
Pat
other one was
younger,
a couple of years
even younger,
younger.
than 2.5.
So she got taken without knowing that she was fostered, adopted, or anything.
Like,
And
but
so-
also kudos to Nan, who literally had like 4 babies in 4 years.
But what I'm getting at is that Mum, and it's not a blame to Mum, Mum was so excited at finally getting to see the last child that she'd lost. She jumped the mark. As I say, I don't hold that against her. If I'd been in the same position, I might have done the same thing. But for me, it put it back a year or two because she had to come to terms with being fostered and adopted, but not knowing that she was Aboriginal and not knowing that she had other family.
But
And for
also,
some people that does take a while because
also
one of my biggest things was that other people, because of what I was doing, and they knew that I was helping get my family back together, some other families would talk to me about it. And it was like one time I went to visit, Mum decided to take me to visit one of her sisters. And we got there, and her kids had returned. They were, I think 20s.
do you mean
Right.
Uncle Chop
Yeah.
and Auntie Eva?
Yeah, I think they were 20s. And walk in the door, and Auntie Teresa gives me a hug and everything. And she says, oh, look who I've got. And we look at each other. G'day, Chop. G'day, Larry. G'day, Herbie. G'day, Larry. You know each other. Yeah, we're all in the same places. How's that? We're cousins and we didn't know it. We're in the same places and we are from the same family lines, but we didn't know it. Yet we got along. It was funny. So blood ended up being thicker than water in a way. We'd also heard of each other in other places through reputations we had. Like Cousin Choc set the records for weights and running and all these physical activities. I set the records for how many cigarettes that you couldn't find that I might have, and how much marijuana I might have been smoking in Tarada. Here was the funny thing, I'd also escaped from Tarada a few times, but they kept putting me in this bloody maintenance job, which means that I kept having the run of the place, and so I had lots of hidey hot spots, and I could go for a walk when I liked.
Yeah, but give the boys a chance. Don't run out their spots.
I'm not running out their spots. I'm saying, so we all had reputations in our own ways for the way we did things, you know. Choc was a very smart fella and very, very athletic. I was always made captain of the volleyball team because I was always making sure we won. You know, like one time, Screw joined our team and we were losing, and I told the Screw, could he mind shutting his ears for a couple of minutes? I have a few words to say to the team. And he said, okay. So he walked away a little bit. And I said, what the fuck are you guys up to? I got 3 packets of cigarettes on this game, and 1 packet's for you if we bloody win. Oh, you mean we're getting cigarettes too? Yeah, right, we're winning. And the Screw said, I heard all that. So they kept searching and searching to find my 3 packs of cigarettes, which they never found. And I was accused of always having strange incense around me, which was code for, we know you're smoking marijuana and we wish we could catch you. But what the hell? It was their fault. And even in one, it says that they asked me, would I escape? And they said, you looked indifferent. I said, oh, I don't know yet. It depends on how I feel. And yet they kept letting me into jobs that allowed me the freedom to, if I wanted to, which I did a few times, one hot day, go for a walk, get a Coke,
They also
buy an ice cream, relax, but by the time I got back, they reported that I'd gone missing.
They also never bothered to follow up on any time that Dad went missing or escaped from either foster care, orphanages, or
Youth training
centres, because he did escape from all of them.
And I don't
Stories my dad tells me about before those times, there's always some large incident that then results in his desire to leave and Dad taking matters into his own hands and doing so.
because they didn't want to kill him.
At no point
I had people
does
come
anyone...
up, big tough boys. One kept having a go at me. I said, no, I don't want to fight. He kept punching me and I just kept walking towards him saying, I don't want to. And then as soon as my eyes changed colour, I was grabbed and one of his mates just went like that. And all he would say, did you see him? He was going to kill me. He was going to kill me. Did you see him? And that was the toughest bloke in the place.
So, like,
so I'd leave so I wouldn't kill him.
so that would, you know,
But
so
I wasn't going to discuss that because...
that's another tough incident, but the incidents I'm thinking of are more like, you know, what I'm trying to say is every time Dad escaped or left, no one ever asked Dad. And maybe this is just my folly to think that if a kid is acting out and regularly running away from somewhere, you might ask them, hey, is something going on? But no one ever saw my dad's repetitive behaviour of running away as anything other than him being non-compliant and causing a muck.
But I also object to running away because I never ran.
He just left.
I just would casually stroll out. If that meant I was going down the road to the shops to get a can or bottle of Coke, an ice cream or whatever. Oh yeah, one day I disappeared for 6 days, but that was a good party. We won't go into that.
I'm glad you pulled that document up as well, because that document is an incredibly sorry to flick back, but that's an incredibly healing document, because most of Melba's kids didn't realise that, you know, it took many years to realise that she put in this amount of effort in the face of great potential violence.
And
this is a police officer who has interviewed her.
Yeah, but and me and my sisters being raised, being told they didn't want us.
And the officer saying she seemed quite definite.
Yeah, but we grew up believing we were not wanted because the authorities kept lying. And it's one of the ways the authorities used to tell the foster parents about, if they ask about their background, just say that their parents didn't want them or their parents are dead, stuff like that. And after a while, you do start to believe it because it's the only story you're hearing. You're not hearing any other. So,
and the thing I've learned
so
over time is no child is unwanted. Even children who end up in foster care scenarios or without their original parents, no child has no value. No child is unwanted, and no child should be unwanted by society, and should we allow that to be a narrative in our society?
But the whole point was the government authorities won't admit even that they were giving advice to foster parents to say these things. And so the government sort of wipes its hand of responsibility of making young people feel worthless. You know, oh no, your parents didn't want you, that's why you're here. How is that, as a kid, how would that make you feel? Of course, you're unwanted. Nobody wants you. Your own family didn't want you.
Uncle...
And yes, I still get angry about that.
This was seen as a problem that you wanted to find your family. You can see at the bottom of this letter, in the last paragraph, there is a sentence which talks about...
Council, can I just stop again? Is this in the information pack as well? Or?
This is in Annexure A at page 142. Sorry.
In your documents, if
I
you
will.
identify them, because
Yes.
it'll be very difficult for us to...
Yes, to keep
locate
track of it.
Yes.
Apologies,
I
I
will
had
remind
just
you if it doesn't
sneakily
happen.
texted the screen operator the page number and the words didn't come out of my mouth.
Yes, thank you.
So that is page 142 at the bottom of the page, and you will see there that a social worker sees your what she calls relentless desire to track down your family. She says the main problem may be Larry's relentless desire to track down his family, but according to Mrs. McRae, they can offer so little that there is little point in opening up this avenue, and so it was obviously shut down.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, that's correct, but it's that what they, and still I believe today, do not realise that one time when I was up home visiting rallies at Cumra, old Uncle Colin Walker said this to me. He said, you know, they took a lot of kids on the belief that the parents, because they had no fridge or no cupboards, that the parents could look after their kids. Well, the parents would have fresh fruit and vegetables from where they were working. So you were being fed fresh fruit and vegetables. People were still going out and fishing and rabbiting and gathering meat fresh, rather than we didn't have fridges. People were being fed, but because the welfare workers would see no cupboards and no fridge, they would assume that we were poor, but we had jobs and we were able to supplement from what we knew of, fishing, rabbiting, hunting, some of the plants we still knew that we could use. And so the whole construct of taking people was based on a European standard of living, which didn't apply to itinerant workers.
Well, and also didn't apply to our cultural worldview, which at that time, or in Malthus' time,
Families looked after
family and the making sure your family had resources was as simple as putting them on a river. You know, they were on a humpy on the Goulburn for a reason, because they were resource plenty there. You know, she left the kids with her mum and her sister there for a reason, because there was no danger in them running out of food or shelter or appropriate things that they needed to care for themselves. But I suppose it wasn't seen that way by the state.
The state were judging by where they lived in Melbourne, not where...
We should
people
talk
lived
about
in
your criminal
country
convictions soon, though.
Oh yeah, let's go there.
Uncle,
No,
I have that as the next thing that I would really like to make sure we cover, is you went into Tirana, I think it was at 14 years old, for a minor burglary offence.
Yeah.
And I wanted to speak to you about what you think the impact of the fact that you had that criminal record from 2.5 had on that trajectory, how you ended up there.
Well, I don't know about whether it had an effect on the Tirana one, but it would have been noted by whether it be the Children's Court or the judge. It only when it started appearing on a regular basis, whenever I got arrested and taken to court, about having childhood convictions going back to 1956. The police were using, even for my first conviction, were using a record that I wasn't even aware existed from 14 onwards.
Yeah.
And every time I try and challenge it, the judges wouldn't listen. I go, you know, like there was one court case for driving without a licence, and Your Honour, he's got convictions going all the way just because they wanted me to plead guilty to other charges, and I refused to because I didn't do them. I admit to the driving offence, yes. See, that's the other thing. Sometimes I got off charges because my record was, when I go to court, if I did the offence, I'd plead guilty. If I didn't, I would fight. And I'd sometimes say to the judges, look at me, Judge, every time I've been here, when I've done something wrong, I pleaded guilty, you know? So I used my own arguments of my pleads, whether it was guilty or not guilty, to defend myself when I knew I was innocent. But every time, it always came up. And, Your Honour, he has convictions going back to 1956. And when I'd say to the judge, how would I know? I was only 2. The judge was thinking I'd be cheeky and add an extra little bit to my sentence.
So I just wanted to point out that in Dad's statement, paragraph 32, he clarifies how his first offence that led him to Tirana was affected by his early childhood criminal conviction. He says, I was committed to Tirana when I was 14 for minor offences, doing time for breaking into a house and stealing an electric shaver, transistor radio and some money from a money box. The reason given on the court order was that the reason that he was given that he had to receive a custodial sentence on the court order was that he was likely to lapse into a life of crime.
And I'll just if we can move a bit further down, this is page 78 of Annexure A, and we can see down on lower on that page, likely to lapse into a life of crime is in fact the charge.
Yes.
Well, there you go. I thought it was a, sorry, I misread it wrong. I thought it was a commentary on it. There you go.
Charges.
You know, so Dad was, and why was he likely to lapse into a life of crime? Because he already had a previous criminal conviction. And his involvement with the police, which is sort of separate from by the time he got to Tirana, because he was getting involved with the police many years before Tirana actually happened. His involvement with the police all stemmed from an incident when he was 8. Tell that story, Dad.
Well, I'd been down to the local shop. Now, I don't know if you know the Hadfield Glenroy area, but it was surrounded by North Street, South Street, East Street, West Street. And within that was all of what was known as Hadfield, which was part of Glenroy. So I was walking along North Street from the Milk Bar to, which was 3 streets over from where I was staying in Hadfield. I walked along, the coppers see me and they pulled me over and said, what's your name? So I give them my full name. Where do you live? I give them the address. And they said, have you ever been in trouble before? And I said, no. So I walked off. The coppers drove off. I walked off, heading towards where I was living. They came back, threw me in the back of the divvy, called me a liar, and I had criminal convictions. They took me up to the cop shop and gave me a beating. They didn't even read how old I was when I got the criminal convictions. I'm 8. And they've taken me up to the cop shop, giving me beating for being a criminal.
So it took all the way, Dad, all the way from 8 when he started to get accused by police officers regularly and beaten by police officers regularly for doing crimes. It took all the way from 8. It took him 6 years of being told that he was a criminal before he actually committed a crime.
No, I actually started committing them at 10 or 11 because the truth was I was getting picked up and beaten and questioned for things that were being done that I hadn't
Well, that's
no
3 years
involvement.
then. That's 3 years of the police beating you
That,
before you
that
actually
had
committed
no
a crime.
involvement on anything. So I thought, well, if I'm going to get beat up for not doing them, I might as well do them. And let's be honest, if you're in my situation, you're being accused and beaten up for things you haven't done, what is your reaction going to be?
Also, just like take a brief. My sister just pointed this out to me. Look at Dad's prior convictions there.
Mm.
Dad has a prior conviction for breaking and stealing from his own home. What? Can you break and steal from your own home? Like, how intense is the state's need to criminalise my father that taking something from his own home is considered an offence?
Which, by the
And
way-
the earlier offence of loitering, do you remember what that was about?
Oh, yeah. See, it was, I think it was second form. No, it might have been the start of third. No, it was second form.
That's 14, eh?
Yeah. Let's just say me and some of the teachers had incidents of suspicion. Like, I've been accused and someone told my daughter down there, Heather, well, back in them days, teachers could belt you. I unfortunately wouldn't stand still and get belted. I was known to shape up to them and even strike back. I was not afraid of anyone, adult, cop, you name it. Because I always had the view, well, if they're going to hurt me, fine. But I'm going to hurt back. I I decided to, while the school play was on, I was not very popular with some of the teachers and quite a few students. So me and a couple of people went down to the school play was going to be at Coburg Town Hall. Now there was Brown's pub on the corner. And me at 14, I could pass, well, let's just say no publican ever questioned me age until I was 30. It was the first time I was ever asked, are you old enough to drink here? I was 30.
It's similar to me. I've started being ID'd now, and I do not understand it, because like by all means, it's very flattering.
But so I went there.
Very flattering.
I went there, had a few beers, me and a couple others. We went to go in to watch the play. Some teacher took offence to the fact that I'd walked out of the pub to go to the play, and some argument ensued. He threatened me. I said, come ahead, let's have it. So he went back inside and phoned the police about me drinking in public land. And then when after that one, I went to school and he was trying to get me expelled, and I gone, shit, you're too late, mate, I've already quit. He was a long-haired dude who fancied himself a bit of an intellectual, and I just considered him a wanker. And
The teacher.
yeah, and so whenever he taught, I wasn't interested. It's funny, but everyone talks about me this way or that way. I will admit, in my time, I set the record in secondary school ball wagging in that secondary school. I still passed subjects. I never did homework. I never did assignments. And yet people were telling me I was going to be, especially dickheads like him, that I was going to be always a labourer, and that anything else I was dreaming of, I was dreaming. And I hated people telling me what I was going to be or what I could or couldn't do, because that had been the basis in orphanages, in foster homes, and in government welfare. So, as far as I was concerned, even by 14, I'd become the person who would go, you say I can't, fuck you, I will. You say this will get me into trouble for doing that, well, let's see how much trouble it'll get me into. The attitude was shaped by 14.
But you do mean for the future generations coming, you know, tomorrow, that doing your homework and not wagging is a great ace thing, hey? You've learned from that, hey?
For me, it was about what they were teaching. They were not teaching any, like...
Protest to colonial education.
Well, from primary school onward, we were savages, and we were thieves, and we were only good at football and boxing or thieving. Well, thank you very much. I don't like what you're teaching about me, because you're causing me fights, you schools. You schools are causing me fights because you're saying I'm a primitive savage who will steal or bash you. You're saying to me and to all these kids that I am a savage. You're saying to me, and all these kids are repeating it, that I, and they may not have used the word bastard, but the kids did. Oh, yeah, I'm an orphan.
Bastard means something different to Dad than it does to me. Bastard seems to be the biggest insult that was hurled at him, like being a black bastard, seems to have been like the child go-to thing for him at the time. I mean, I
And
think there was a different. The go-to insult was different in my
and
generation.
schools were not helping by what they were teaching was actually making other kids think I was the dangerous one.
And
When the truth
Uncle,
was they were the dangerous ones.
you can see it in these notes that exactly what you're expressing now was something that you were really strongly expressing then at the time. These notes are amazing when there's the discussion of your family history and your awareness. It says he's bitter about having been brought up in boys' homes where he felt Aboriginals were discriminated against. And you make this wonderful, ironic comment down under employment. He said, like Aboriginals, I'm too lazy to advance. You've given yourself your own principles synopsis of yourself. And
That's also tongue-in-cheek, to be fair. They might not have read that way, but I know that's my father also being like, oh, you told me repetitively that I'm too lazy, and now you're asking me to do this thing. Sorry, I'm too lazy.
Yeah, but it's like...
and this, sorry, I should mention, this is page 113 of Annexure A.
Well, you've got to remember, it's that for me, there was always something in me that refused to believe that they were right. There was something in me that just always was, hold on, I'm going to see if that's true or not. It's why I say sometimes I'm one of, not the best, but one of the best planners, because I'm very thorough. I don't leave any stone unturned if I'm looking into something. Even if it hurts me, I don't care. Even if it makes me want to sometimes feel like vomiting, I don't care. It's got to be done. I refuse to not. And it's where it's one of my greatest skills that I have a concentration level that borderlines on being insane, because I can walk past you in the street because I'm so concentrating on something, I don't even see you.
So yeah, I walked up to him in a train once, and he was like so deep in thought. I was like, Dad. And so when I touched him, then he was like, Bella, what are you doing? I was like, I've been calling you for 10 minutes, whatever. So you can get deep in his thoughts.
Yeah, people walk up to me and go, didn't you see me the other day? And I go, no, why? Because I was waving at you.
You're not deliberately a snob, are you?
No, it's that if I'm onto something, that's all my concentration goes into it. I think I know quite a few that maybe have the same ability to, when they're concentrating on getting something done, they'll put all their mind and effort into working out how to do it. See, I'm not one, even though it shows I can read or write, I'm not one to write a plan until I've worked out every detail in my head. Whether it be I'm having discussions with someone about the plan and they're helping feed me information on the plan. It's like one I'm working on now, I've been working with a couple of friends on, and when the time comes, I will bring them forward as part of the team. It's just that they've asked me, and this is the one thing that really shits me about people, especially today's elders, and I've got to say this with all honesty. Some of these people who are elders have been very skilled in the areas they are good at, you know?
Yeah.
But the minute they get older, they think they can interfere in other bloody areas that they know nothing about. And I usually, whenever the Parkies or some of the other members of my family go, "Oh, I'm an elder now, eh?" And I go, "Yeah, as long as you don't ever interfere in my effing business." Because I have a way of operating, and it's different to everyone else, I must admit, but I make sure I know every fact. I do not say yes or no to joining into doing something unless I'm aware of the whole facts. I will not join a team unless I have some say in the selection criteria, because I know what people's skills I need.
Consensus-based
And I
decision-making model.
I look for those people to assist me in what I need done, but I also look for them to sometimes lead it, because I know they have that skill. They just need people who, like some of the elders did with me, encourage me and help me bring those skills out.
Can I also just say with this document that Sorella's got up, and I know, Sorella, that you want to ask a question because I can see your lovely face making those motions, but you know, you can already tell the kinds of assumptions that are made. Like my dad's potential, you know, it's very, very clear what they think of Dad's potential in here. You know, Dad's telling them about prospects in that base paragraph about prospects that he has for work, and their end assumption of that is that his future prospects aren't high. You know, every encounter you come against, you know, there's an assumption that Dad will not do well for himself, to become criminal. You know, it makes me incredibly proud. You know, it's something actually I wrote on Facebook when I was reflecting last night, when I was reflecting on this whole process. This whole process just makes me feel so angry, sad and weary. But the only thing that gives me sort of like something else from it is that I feel pride at I'm able to see resilience in action through my father, when you know, especially through understanding intimately his story. This is resilience in action.
Look, I see it differently. I just see it as one person's story. You see, for me, the truth is, which is one of the problems with being a stolen gens, is my pain is not the same as the next person with a stolen gen's pain.
Uncle, I'm going to take you to stolen generations. One thing I really want to capture before we leave this topic is one of the subjects that you spoke about with me, which I think both you and your daughter really felt saved you, and you were talking about elders, and the thing that you spoke about as being incredibly powerful was that when you came back, you had been chosen to have a really particular role in your community, really quite soon after birth. And so when you came back into your community, you immediately had responsibilities and something to do with the community. And I just wanted you to tell us about what that is, that how you were chosen and what it meant you had to do.
Well, I'd have to tell it as a story because it is a true story. One day, after I was 17, and this was after going 14 and that, and then once I hit a certain age, I didn't need no one's permission to do anything, so I go visit family. Anyway, we were in a pub, having a few beers, slight argument broke out, which we won, but we got banned. So we're walking back to my auntie's place, their mum, and they're getting told off, and I'm going, oh sweet, I'm underage. They're my older cousins, they took me to the pub, I'm the underage, so I'll just sit back while they get told off. And after they told them off, they turned to me and said, and you're their epic elder, why didn't you stop them? And I looked at my cousin and go, what the fuck are you talking about? And one of them said, actually, cuz, that's why every time you come to town, I'll pick you up so we can go to the pub. Because if I was with you, it didn't matter if I got in trouble, as long as you never said nothing, I'd be safe. So I found I had some responsibility, but I didn't want it because I had bad yeah, I still had to learn to control my rage and anger. But some of my cousins from then on would always, if I was around, take a back seat or look sheepishly guilty when I came around. But I never used any of it until I was 30, and I've always kept it quiet, who I am in the family. Some of my other family members, well, like an example was, there was one bloke who was head of an organisation, and he thought I was from some other family branch of the Walshes, and then his older sister said, no, he's actually from the larger branch of the Walshes, and he may have a say in it. So all of a sudden that bloke decided better to talk to me than keep fighting with me. He kept losing anyway, so in political arguments, but and I just said, look, no, I'm just who I am. Because I've never claimed publicly my eldership that I've had from a very young age. Because up until 30, I would have been a terrible leader. You know, too much anger, too much hate, too much rage. And if no one else was helping me control it, I had to learn to control it myself. So I couldn't accept in my own heart the leadership role until I could actually control myself. I've never gone out of my way to say it, but because some of my cousins were some of the parties that caused trouble, whenever I came into town, and all of a sudden when my cousins see me they get all antsy, and so some of the other parties who were mates of theirs started seeing me as their elder too, although I never mentioned it. Because for me, I see a difference between elder and leadership. And I see too many of people confusing leadership and eldership. And I believe this is what is causing a lot of problems within our communities today, these wrong misconceptions of a system that existed for many generations, and thanks to European intervention has broke down a lot, but now it's got out of hand because, shit, you turn 56, you're an elder. I'm sorry, I even worked with elders, well, no, misters and missuses during my travels around Australia. And some of them were damn well younger than me.
So Dad has this whole thing, right? And apparently it comes from the old ones, like the old ones when he was a young one. And it's before my time, so I'll just have to believe him. And it's definitely not what my generation is doing, but that's maybe we should. Well, maybe that's a conversation. Apparently, in order to refer to some of the old aunties and uncles after we were colonised, in order to give them a way to be respected, still referred to as an elder, they were called Mr. or Mrs. So the Mr. So Mr. So an example that's well known around Melbourne would be Barack. Some people would have called, particularly in the white circles, would have called him, Mr. Barack to try and indicate great, and so when I suppose Dad's referring, the Mr. and the Mrs. is in reference to when we were under a colonial construct and not allowed to use our own language. And so that was a way of trying to create our own language or instill some notion of eldership within it. So that's what, so here's this whole thing about Mr. and Mrs.
I'll give it easier. Before William Cooper become Uncle William.
That's the one who I was thinking about. It's all William, he's Mr.
Before, he was always introduced as Mr. William Cooper. Back in the day when Auntie Marge Tucker was one of the women's leaders, she was always referred to as respect Mrs. Tucker. Leadership, there's only me and two blokes that joke with each other about it, and I don't want to mention one of them on character because he might chid me. That will give you a clue who it is, eh? Yeah, me and him joke about Mr. because for us, it is respect.
Which is interesting because I've had this conversation
we try to practice it between each other rather than the rest of the community because, oh my God, if the rest of the community practiced it, we'd have 10,000 leaders.
Oh, but also, Dad and I have discussed this many times, and like language changes throughout the generations, and like I'll be fucked before I'm called Mrs. no matter how old I get. Like, no.
Yeah, but it's that.
Not that I'm suggesting I'm an elder. I'm not. I'm just saying maybe there's others who are also in that scenario who don't necessarily want to be a
But it is an
Mr.
important thing
or a
to
Mrs.
remember that the systems we're doing today have been forced on us by European civilization. And you know to them what an elder means? They don't know. You know, they have elders of churches. They have elders of this and that. And they have people in old homes that they call elders. So Euro has no respect for the idea of what an elder is, and it's creeping into our community where anyone who thinks they're an elder can have a say on bloody things that they know nothing about, and they keep interfering in my epping business.
Uncle, I feel as though that is a beautiful place to stop.
Yeah,
I would like to. I'm going to leave that statement right with him. That's
where
Dad's,
we could get some T-shirts made.
no, it's just it is a point of view that I have because I have worked with some great leaders, men and women. I still, even though they've passed on, admire. And they were great leaders. And they were Mr. and Mrs. They weren't uncle this, auntie that. They were Mr.
But I will add, Uncle this and Auntie that is the same attempt to install a cultural phenomenon into a language that is not our own. So Auntie and Uncle is again a more modern attempt, the same way Mr. and Mrs. is, to place in some form of respect lines. And I'm not saying anything on what Dad said because that's his prerogative to.
Well,
that's not. I'm not in that stage of the arena of the world where I can comment.
I still have people walk up to me from some of the parkies that are my age and or older, and they still use the term Mr. So they use it out of respect. No other time will they ever say Mr. or Mrs. to someone unless it's someone they respect.
You know what's funny? Maybe
Yes,
it's your
it may
raising.
be old school. Yes, it may be old school. But we need that type of thing again.
Maybe
I need the differentiation between the 40, 50, 100 leaders we've got to actually who are our leaders. I do not mind people being respected for living a long time. I do not mind. It's like, you know, someone once said to me about my cousin. And I said to him, look, no matter his life, in the last 10 years, he has been a great role model for those young who are getting in trouble the same way he was. There's another one in the western suburbs I have great admiration for because him and his wife have fostered a few kids, but more, he was someone who learnt from his mistakes and teaches young people today about those mistakes so that they don't do them. And some people call him elder. out there, and I'm one of them, because I see what he does is what makes our community stronger. That they are pointing out to young ones in a gentle, soft way of mistakes they made, that they hope that the next generation don't make them. And also they help, and now their children help to raise Aboriginal in foster care. Those are the type of people that deserve a leadership role. And maybe they're not recognised because they're just uncle or auntie so-and-so, but for me, they are much more important than anything I've ever done. And Isabel's seen me when I see them. Hugs. And I always say, these people, what they do is more important than me. Because without them, the strength of our community would die. Without these people wanting to help the young not make the same mistakes as them, without these people admitting what they did wrong, to help other people not make the same mistakes, that's a leadership role. It's just not recognised anymore, because you're just another foster carer, or you're just another parent. No, it's the little things that make leaders, not the big things. But if I was a leader that some people claim me to be, I don't. If I was the leader, I would be doing what they do. But instead, at times, I've had to take a bigger role. And I prefer that role. It's like I've taken kids in my area, I fostered and brought them to ACCA meetings, brought them to ACCA family stuff. And people sometimes ask me why I haven't adopted or fostered. Nah, my criminal record was one reason, but the other thing is that I've even found it difficult just raising my own kids. Because how do you treat people when the way you've been treated, but you don't want to treat them that way? So, for me, the question that still hangs over, that no one teaches what a leadership role is. I was very lucky. I had good teachers because they knew where I was at. They could see I finally got control of my temper, and they took me to things. They introduced me to people. First time I ever spoke. Is that a good note to get to the right? No, but the first time I ever spoke at the Advancement League was on a request from one of my uncles. Not I got up and spoke. It was, I want to introduce my nephew. He wasn't his blood. Because we've had a discussion about this. Nephew, talk. It was time. He took me to different meetings to learn the way things worked. And then when he thought I was ready, he said, "You're talking today." And there was another one that did that to me at the legal service once, but I forgave him.
Chair,
that's what I mean about leadership.
Should we break now? Uncle, we have beautiful lunch catered here today. If the chair considers it's an appropriate time to break, we might have that.
The Yoorrook Justice Commission is adjourned until 2 p.m.
Crack it, Dad. Crack it.
Okay, well, we'll both.
All right, Sorella.
Justice Commission is now resumed.
Thank you, Uncle. I realise I was reminded by one of my very observant commissioners. We don't, in your statement, have a statement of who your people are, Uncle.
I am of the Nero Mullet clan, I prefer doing Wurrung, whilst they call themselves Tanarung. That the difference is I was doing it before they were born, most of the ones that end up calling it the Dunarone. I prefer Tumwarung because I believe it to be the proper spelling, like Boirawung, Woomwarung, Jar Jar Warung.
No, the spelling is controversial, and even within our clan name, there's like Dad and I vary in how we spell our clan
Yes,
names,
well.
whereas we both spell our nation the same. So language is a...
And I joke that Nero Bullock means cave people, because that's what it says, live in the hills or mountains. And I joke that it means actually I'm an original hillbilly, an Aboriginal hillbilly before they even had the term. But my family grew up thinking they were Yoorrook because of where we were placed, or they were placed, which is on Cumragunja. So half my family are definitely Yoorrook.
They married.
My mum and my grandmother did not marry into any of them lines, so our family ended up only being the only one. It's like an uncle of mine come up and said, "Don't worry, nephew, yous are covered in our claim, Yoorrook." I said, "Can't be, Uncle. Mum didn't marry one of yous, nor did Nan, so we can't be one of yous." And then they checked, they go, "Oh shit, you're right, but you were our early." I said, "Yeah, I'll still say you're early."
So, Uncle, I thought we would start on a really huge topic while we're all fresh, and it's the work that you did in setting up the Stolen Generations Inquiry. Could you tell the commissioners about how that work started and how the whole idea for the inquiry started?
Well, before the inquiry and anything got off the ground, I had at the time been working with a QC named Ron Merkel through the legal service days. And I had discussed with him and another brother of his who passed away, and as I say, I don't like mentioning their names. And they both were aware. Now, they were called up to a conference in the Northern Territory where it was a legal service conference, the Northern Territory Legal Service organised. And up there, Ron Merkel heard these people from the Northern Territory, including the woman Cabillo, Francesca Cabillo, and all these other older people.
Jackie Cantona.
No, I'm not getting to her yet. I'm saying the older people. Uncle Fred, Kruger, Auntie May Briggs, not my Auntie May Briggs, but Auntie May Briggs up there, and about 3 other people, and then a Northern Territory Aboriginal Legal Service representative, and a woman who now works at the VU named Jackie Cantona. And she was their, Jackie's a sort of either public relations or political analysis for them. And so we had a meal, and they found they weren't getting the gravity in Northern Territory of acceptance. So we were talking about it, and me coming in dressed like a lout, while they're all wearing shirts, ties, whatever, looking good, while I'm looking like I just dragged off the street. Isabel was with us and her mum, and we sat and had lunch, and we said, okay. And they told me about what they wanted to do, and I turned around to them and said, okay, I think I can help. What do you want? Do you want to make it a national thing, or do you want... I said, well, we think it needs to be a national thing for us, because most of the Northern Territory was under Commonwealth control. For us to get it, it has to get up to be a national level. I gone, okay, I can handle that. And they all looked at me dubiously because of the way I was dressed and everything. And I mean this, they looked at me dubiously. And Jackie Katona, who had dealt with me and my cousins when we were getting into national destitute custody, and they looked at her and she turned around and said, yes, he can do it. Trust him, he can do it. So, I went to some meetings. Back in them days, the organisations had a community meeting. Everyone was entitled to go and everyone was entitled to ask a question. So I put my hand up about stolen gems. Within 2 weeks, Snake come up to me because they'd been up at the Northern Territory Conference and said to me, look, you're right, this needs to go national. So they took me up to Watson, where the New South Wales Snake headquarters was, and we had the discussion there. I came back down to Melbourne because the other organisations like VACA had decided to get someone, and the Health Service decided to get someone. I think that was the start of campaigning. But to get the inquiry...
Can I interrupt Dad and just read this out from yours and then I'll shut up? In the meantime, more stolen generations, this is from Dad's testimony at 59. In the meantime, more stolen generations were raising their voice as well. For example, Lynn Austin and Neville Austin. There were others too, of course. And then further on he notes that he may have forgotten some names, but that is only due to time, not due to the efforts or the impact that other members of the community had.
So, as it started grounding, grinding out that, yes, there was a lot more people it happened to, the organisations decided to have a few community meetings about it. Again, at each one I always spoke up. So you've got to understand my role then, and this is what a lot of people in the organisations never understood. They always seen me as the street punk. They always seen me as one of the party leaders. And that meant, well, I'm not going to mention the name of the woman because she's got Alzheimer's, but you've already interviewed her. She said to me back at the time, Larry, the organisations are never going to trust you enough because your loyalty to the parties, and that scares them. And it wasn't my loyalty to them, it was their loyalty to me.
Solidarity, yeah?
It was both ways. It was not one or the other. So we raised it. I raised it with what was ATSIC and the chair of ATSIC at the time and I were, to put it politely, we sometimes argued over what was right or wrong. I'll give him credit. He was one of those people that soon as the government give him a rule book on behaviour, he will work out a way to use it. So I'll give him credit. The organisation he ran at the time, he knew how to make sure it worked to the government's satisfaction. He thought I belonged to a certain branch of the family, Walsh, because there are a few scattered branches. There's some at Swan, for instance, there's some in Gippsland, Mildura, Murray Morwell. Let's not go into all the suburbs.
We're all across the state.
Because Mum was one of 13. So...
Yeah, women are We have good hips, let's put it that way.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. So we started talking, and unfortunately, because of the situations with the organisations at the time, I don't know how to do it without not getting polite. There were 3 factions, and because of it, when you tried to get coordination on what was going on with stolen gens, it was hard because they weren't communicating with each other, let alone with me. Let alone having community meetings to talk to the stolen gens, to try and get us all together so that we could work on the same page.
And Uncle, when you say us, from your witness statement it becomes clear that in fact that whole time you were supporting other people to give their evidence to that process, but in fact you haven't shared your own story for your own sake until now.
Well, this is one of the mistakes we made, was that because of the lack of coordination between each other, and I mean between the stolen gens and the 3 major Aboriginal organisations, we had no clue what their plans were, and they had no clue what our plans were. It even goes down to the submissions the organisations put in. I don't know what they wrote in any of them.
Look, Dad, paraphrase.
Bells, please. I'm trying to do it my way.
Yeah, this is your words.
Yeah, but let's do it my way first.
Okay, you're the boss.
But what happens is, and I'm glad now it happens, it was one of those mistakes we made at the time, we didn't have counsellors for people who were going to go before these things to bear their pain to the commissions. The commissioners had counsellors. We didn't. There was never any discussion with us to see if this is what we might need or things that we could push for, because the organisations were having more meetings with the bloody Royal Commission than we were. And so there was a disconnect with what we wanted answers for and what we wanted to achieve and what the organisations wanted to achieve.
But Uncle, you also indicate that that meant that you were all having to provide trauma support for each other when you each really needed it for yourselves.
Yeah, well...
Can I read out your own words?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
64. Again, acknowledging that understanding has changed about trauma and trauma-informed practices and responses, I still have to acknowledge that it wasn't like that then, was my father's words at 64. People needed support to go in and tell their stories, practical support, emotional and mental health support. This wasn't available, so our community made do, as we usually do, with each other. This meant that members of our community, mostly black, but also including some wonderful allies, were the ones swooping in to provide support, holding someone's hand while they cried, bearing witness to the depths of someone else you knew and often loved trauma, all whilst reliving your own trauma, which relates to the testimony of other stolen generation survivors. It affected me. It still does to this day.
When I got to the Royal Commission, when it was my turn to tell my story, I did not. Because during the struggle to get it up, I lost friends. Some even before it started. Some were involved in the deaths in custody, friends and family.
He means that his friends passed.
And they had no one to speak for them. So I did. It hurt like hell because no one else was going to do it for me. They were my mates. They were brothers. They were sisters. They make it. Someone had to talk for them. So I chose to forgo talking about myself. Because they were, they helped, they backed, they, at the risk of raising their own pain, supported. They, as I say, some just didn't survive their own nightmares. But they were bloody great mates and great brothers and sisters because we'd been through the same things. We understood it. It's like we and everyone in the organisations were saying to me, how in the hell did you get them to do it? The Parkers and I had a discussion about the younger ones that were living on the streets. So we started putting a, what do you call those things? We demand things. Petition to ask for the Housing Board to change its housing policy to include young people housing, because they didn't have that at the time. So we got that done. And why did we do it? Because we didn't want those kids ending up like us. We fought. Not for us, for them. So they didn't end up like us. So there's a chance they could get housing. There's a chance someone could be there to help them get used to budgeting and things like that. Which, by the way, we did. I got 2 houses from... I went to Youth Affairs, which was the Victorian Government Youth Advisory Board, and they had... It's funny, but non-Aboriginal had youth housing, non-Aboriginal had old people's housing, non-Aboriginal had thing. We only had family housing. So, had to change the constitution, got the 2 houses. I then declared them sovereign because we refused to pay rent while I was in charge of them for 3 years. So, well, no, this is the houses they owe us. They all learned to be good budgeters, and every one of them, those kids, apart from 1 or 2 who obviously, you know, if you've got a few, there's always going to be 1 or 2 that fall to the wayside, as in go back to whatever bad habits. But the majority became very good citizens of the Aboriginal community. All they needed was a break. We, the Parkies, gave them the break. We fought for it for them. And that was the same with this Royal Commission.
Uncle,
We were together, we were able to work some strategies together, but when it come to the organisations, they didn't want to deal with us because we were the alkies, the junkies, the troublemakers. And I am saying we, because I was viewed the same way, because I was viewed... And yet I had organisations come up to me going, I don't know how you got them to do that. I didn't. We were just in the park yarning and they said, see those kids over there? Yeah, they've got nowhere to live. We've got to do something about that. They could end up like us. That's the same with stolen genes. We went through this shit. We want something done and we're willing to back you. It got so bad, I heard at least 8 other stories apart from my own. I could not go home until my children were asleep in bed. I would leave before my children were awake. I had to contain my own emotional anger, not from my own story, but from other stories that gave them the courage to speak. And I had to stay the rock.
Uncle,
the
you-
solid, unmovable one, and then go, hey, quick, you, that one, grab them quickly. Can't you see they're about to break down? And that happened for the whole 4 or 5 days. And at the end, after it was over, 2 brothers, I'll say one of the brothers was held more professional boxing titles than any other. He didn't make world champion, but he had Commonwealth champion, Pacific champion, Asia Pacific champion, and his brother. They seen this distress I was in. I couldn't take it home. Those boys grabbed me, the Parkies. We went into a bunch of flats. We stayed. We partied hard. Yeah, I may have used a few illegal substances. But after the 4th day, I gone, yeah, I'm okay now. And one of them looked at me, he said, you sure, Bruz? He says, Bruz, they haven't beat me fucking yet and they're not gonna now. And at that we had a hug, and because they knew I was all right.
Uncle.
So that's what I mean about the loyalty between us and why we fought together, not out of me being the leader, but out of what happened to us. We didn't want it to keep going. We did not want another generation going through what we went through. You know,
The greatest sadness is it's still going on.
that's the worst part of it. For everything we fought, even despite ATSIC submissions, the organisation submissions, which I never got to read, which I really feel that was their... If we worked together, and instead of having 3 or 4 different bloody demands, it may have worked better. If the legal service is demanding this or that happen, health service is demanding this or that happens, ACCA is demanding this or that happen, VAI, as in Victorian Aboriginal Community Services thing, VACSI, all had their own submissions, and I'm not even sure half of them matched each other. That was about their own power struggles and interfering in communities' business. And I mean that seriously. Interfering in communities' business by claiming they're the community. And it still continues to this day, instead of people like when I was young would go in and demand meetings with ministers and get them. We had these people speaking on our behalf with their submissions, which half the time was more about give me more money and we'll handle this problem, which is bullshit. It was about sitting with us, working out what we felt were the major needs, sitting with us so we could appoint our own committee to represent us. It's like the latest example was I joined, thanks to the Aboriginal Legal Service, the inquiry last year that the state government on Aboriginal compensation and all that. And what I found was that I was dealing with bureaucrats that do not make decisions. So every time you go, okay, this is what we want, they go, oh, we'll have to take it upstairs. And then they get back to you, oh, they said no. You can't be angry at the little bloody shits they sent to you, the public servants ones they sent, because they were not the decision makers. They were the screen, so that you couldn't blame or know who was behind the decisions. When I was young, and we had a committee that wanted to meet with the government, we met with the government. We didn't have bloody bureaucrats interfering. We didn't have people who can't make decisions interfering. Where that broke down also is that Aboriginal organisations joined political parties because they thought that would give them more influence and more voice. They actually have been defeating the system that worked for the previous 30 years, whereas independent people, independent decision making by our communities was what was raised by our people to the heads of government. That no longer happens. We have too many gatekeepers now, and the Aboriginal organisations are part of the gatekeeping problem. They're talking with the ones that are making decisions, and they're just going, oh, you know, bros, we're on your side, you're on our side because you're part of our party now, and we can only give you X amount. Bullshit. If you'd bought them from the beginning, you'd have got a lot more. Instead, you got conservative, you forgot why you were there, you forgot how many people fought before you to get you there, and you forgot it's not about your organisation, it's about us, our communities. And this is where you let down the stolen gens. Now, we also let each other down. I am not going to say that it's all their fault. We, because of our individual pains, could not see that we needed to join together. Well, I would say the Parkies understood, because we'd all been there and we'd all knew each other from them places. So we understood each other. But a lot of people's individual pain, my pain is different from your pain. Your pain is different from their pain. Your pain is different from her pain. Your pain is different from his pain. It's because of the circumstances of your life that the pain's different. And it's what stopped us from getting together. We've got to learn, and I'm sick and tired of saying, are you learning yet? Until you unite, you are always going to lose. Until you, stolen gens, unite, form a team that you think could handle your issues and your concerns, we are always going to the organisations who only see it from their perspective. Most of the people in the organisations were raised in happy families. You know, one of the reasons I am critical of some of the organisations is they don't allow people like me in. I mean, they allow me in because I've been around too long and I'm too stubborn to back off. But it's a lot of us that they don't allow in because we aren't their idea of respectability. I am betting that if I ever get in that Premier's list, it'll be somewhere where after I'm dead in another 30 or 40 years. Because the people running it are looking at respectability people. It's like NAIDOC Award. I've seen it being given to public servants. You know what NAIDOC Award was about? The people that volunteered, the people that tirelessly worked in our communities to assist our communities. It wasn't about a reward for someone that worked in an organisation. It wasn't about a reward for someone that worked in the government. It was about a community member contributing to our community to help strengthen our community. not the crap it is. I was asked if I wanted one, and I refused. I was asked if I wanted to be on the Premier's thing, and I refused. Why? Because I know if I'm put up now, as I am, I'll be knocked back. I know it'll be after I'm dead where someone will go, oh, actually, when you look back at what he did, he wasn't a bad bloke. That will be the only way I'll get in that bloody thing, while the current people are after respectable people. Everybody knocks the people I'm associated with. I'm not saying they're all good. I'm not saying that they haven't got problems. I'm not going to lie about them. But they also know I'll tell the truth about them, that they did stand behind me 100%. Yes, there was dissent, like anything. Yes, we allowed for other people to have their own opinions because it wasn't a dictatorship, or it wasn't that thing that a lot of organisations do. Yeah, I know you're against it, but we need all of you to say yes. So let's raise our hand. We voted on this.
I need the mic for the live
Oh,
stream,
sorry.
Dad. It's for the version.
So let's raise our hand and vote on this. Oh no, you've got to vote yes too, you know. We've got to make this look like the board's all together as one. That was started in 1982, and I'm not going to name the two organisations.
And it happened to
But
me
I'm
not
in
2 years ago.
I'm in one of their old houses, is one of them. This has happened too many times. This is the problem. I'm sick of it. And I'm sick and tired of people telling them rumours and lies to stop them from uniting. You know, when I was on this committee, someone who I go into was telling other people stolen generations. I was earning lots of money from these meetings. This was to decide the package. Bloody hell. For over 12 months, all I earned was about $400. But someone tried telling them I was earning a lot more than that and said, look, just because he's been doing this and that in the stolen generation, he's getting lots of money. There are too many people telling you people lies. There are too many people that need you to be divided. It's about time you got off your bloody mums and realised you are being used so that nothing changes. And that is not on me, that's on all of us. Because yous are so caught in your own pain, just like I am, just like I go through it every day for 20 years, and not just the stolen gens, I'm talking about all my physical pains, I still believe we can win. I still believe if you mob stop bitching at each other, we can win. You need to find a way to work together. You need a way to support the current team that I'm not rejoining, because I am not dealing with bottom-end bureaucrats. I never did when I was young. I never did in my middle age. And why the hell should I, in my 60s, have to deal with bureaucrats who can't make decisions when I used to deal with you who made decisions?
Uncle?
Yes.
I want to move from one really very important and difficult subject to another very important and difficult subject, because we haven't yet spoken about deaths in custody, and you had some really, very personal experiences with that process, but also as with everything else that's happened to you in your life, you use that those very personal losses to then spur you on to make changes and to organise your community. And I wondered if you'd speak a bit about that.
Well, you see, I say in the story that I was at home working because I had a family support when I call them brother cousins because we called each other brothers, cousins for stuff we were doing together. Now, my two cousins were well-known political activists in the political activist world. Same last name as me. I got a phone call from one of them. And he said, Uncle, and as I say, I don't like, but I'll use the family names. Uncle Moffat died. Yeah, okay. Me brother will pick you up in half an hour. We'll wait for you to get here. So we got there. The Walsh family were there, and the Moffat family were there waiting for us. When we got there, we put down the questions we wanted to know. What was he picked up for? Why was he picked up? Why didn't anyone check that he had a heart condition? Why was there no checking on him in the police cells? Why? We asked all these questions, we got what answers we could. We then called a community meeting, and I mean every one of the Gunai Kurnai in that area, and even all the way down to Tyres, turned up to the meeting, the families. They all came and they asked us what we found out. And they said, what's the next step? So we formed a committee to look at all the issues and how we could make it a headline. So we organised a demo where we blocked the courts of the police station, handing out pamphlets. And it forced the courts and the inspector or whatever he was of police to agree to have a community meeting. At that community meeting, before we had it, we all sat down to make sure everyone was comfortable with the idea and who wanted to speak and have a say so that we could organise it to how it would go through whether the police or the courts. There was this old guy, God, he must have been bloody 70 or 80 back then, you know. He's gone, nephew, I want to get up and say something. No worries, uncle. And he's always been a really soft talker, this man. He's passed away, so. But he was also one of the people that were teaching the Gunai Kurnai their craft and art patterns. He was older than the other fellow from that era. So we got it. We went and did started to try and create police liaison, court liaison, so that some of this arrest rates could be stopped and some of the deaths may be preventable. So my cousins were starting to look at, because as I said, my cousins were pretty well known in their day. I mean, one's nickname was Have Demo, Will Travel. No, that was our nickname for him. He was our, you named the demo, which state? No, it was never Black Panther, although he associated with a few of them. You named the demo, he was there. So they started having a look while I went back to work because I had a family to raise. Then, whilst I was working, a cousin of mine came in and she looked upset. And before she got near me, she burst into tears. And she said, I'm sorry, your brother was found dead last night, the police told me. I was working at the Korean Heritage Trust at the time. I just turned around to Jim and said, yeah, I heard, Larry. Take as long as you like. So we went up there. Now, as I say, my cousin with the nickname Have Demo Will Travel, and I went up. So we heard the story. So we went to the police station, not the police station, the pub where they arrested him. And we stayed there after closing because for the first time in a long time, I let my anger out. And my cousin didn't mind a fight neither. And when the police came to try and throw us out, I just told them, come forward and try and arrest me.
He was picking a fight.
And my eyes went red. And so they retreated and had to go get my recently widowed sister-in-law to try and get us to calm down. I mean, she's just found out her bloody husband's grieving. She's grieving because she's just lost her husband and the father of her children. And
Which one was a baby at the time?
Which one was a baby at the time. And instead of just go away or whatever, or just come take us on, they went running to get a person grieving to stop us.
May have worked, but Dad did not approve of it.
I almost still kept going, but Cousin Desi was watching my sister-in-law's reaction and he's like, come on, calm down. Calm
As
down.
my father
Let's
puts it
leave."
here, she didn't need anything more of anything that evening. So we agreed and went home to my nieces and nephews.
So I got Reed back involved. And I, thanks to my cousins, because of their political activities, they started asking around the state and interstate how many of this was happening. So my cousins and I went up to Queensland to see what the Desi custody there on the way back New South Wales, to see what was happening there, and then to try and create in our states the movement to call for a Royal Commission. Most people don't remember me, and I'm okay with that because I'm not a public figure. I'm a great planner, I'm a great networker, but I'm not a public figure. Because I've seen too many public figures who are asked to make comments on things they know nothing about, and they make these comments because, oh, I'm in the papers again. I'm not that type of person. It's why I prefer storytelling, because it means you can pass through things without anyone noticing you or seeing you as a person involved in something political or something social justice type things. Storytelling is one of the best disguises I ever found, because people talk to you about stories, but sometimes they talk to you about their lives, and you sometimes start to get a picture of what's going on and what needs to change. Storytelling is not the art of telling a story, it's the art of listening. See, I used to say to people when I used to do radio, I know you're hearing what I'm saying, but are you really listening to what I'm saying? Because they are, see, everyone thinks hearing is the art. It's not. The art of hearing is listening. To hear where there's a pause, to hear where there's a change in tone, to see the way they hold their body tells you what they're really saying. the art of listening is one of the most forgotten arts in the world. Because too many people are trying to talk over each other rather than use the art of listening. And I say, not an actor's not bad at watching someone and then developing a character that they have to use for a play. I'm saying a storyteller actually has a sense of listening that most people don't even notice. I mean, that's why I've been able to get away with a lot of things, because everyone either dismisses me as a street lout or, oh yeah, he's a storyteller. In the old days, the storyteller was the oral historian. Every story I tell, I can name where that bloody story happened. That's the art of storytelling in the traditional sense. Not just saying, here's the story of the old days, but to be able to go, this is where that happened. This is how it happened. And sometimes, whether you realise it or not, I'm talking about earthquakes. I know whether I'm talking about earthquakes, but nobody else does. I know I'm talking about volcanic eruptions, but nobody else does.
Flood and famine.
Because they're thinking it's a story. It's not a story, it's an actual history. And it's all put into stories so that they are remembered from generation to generation. I'm a storyteller, and I want the generations of the future to know what we achieved so they can take it the next step.
And Uncle, before you, Granny Annie has been doing the same thing. She's been telling the stories.
Granny Annie was recorded as helping a lot of the Aboriginal women on Corindert write their submissions, those that couldn't write. And Granny Annie also testified at the Corindert inquiry.
I was going to say, she very famously, and it feels very famous because it's like in my family, but I'm like, maybe it's just famous to us, I don't know. But she testified, she was really brave actually. She testified not just about herself, but primarily about our great uncle David, who he was sick, and she didn't have enough food rations, and she was requesting extra blankets because David was sick. And David died as a result of them refusing to give her blankets and more food rations. And so Granny Annie was moved to be one of the only women that was actually included in the Corindert inquiry. The other thing that I will say
Plus she wrote on behalf of 5 or 6 of the women who couldn't write properly.
Indeed.
Their testimony.
She also wrote down language words for not just her own language, but other language groups around her. And the other thing that's really special about Granny Annie that I relate to particularly, but I think that Dad is trying to walk in her footsteps as well, or in a different regard. Well, so Granny Annie was given a unique position in that she could move inside more circles than the average bear. She was able to move inside men's and women's circles, and that's because my great-great-great-grandfather, her husband, he had been in an axe fight when he was young. His name was Telshem Hamilton, and Telshem means speaker. So he was
After that throat job, he could speak.
He was a designated speaker, though, in our family, and a designated role as speaker. However, Annie could understand him perfectly. So he would just talk. So Annie was able to actually participate in men's ceremonial business, not because she was participating as herself, but because she was her husband's translator. So I suppose Dad and I have talked about this as us trying to follow her footsteps, in the sense of us both also standing up against racism and harsh treatment and inequality. But more than that, the same way she in just her very, like, in the very places she was put in, she expanded sort of circles and knowledge and discussion. You know, that's what we're attempting to do with our testimony. Every part of our testimony we've been very deliberate with, and Dad, I've been very proud of him. He made it really clear to me that he didn't want this document to have any wallowing in it, that it wasn't about telling the sad things that had happened to him for no point or purpose, that every story that we were going to tell was going to have a purpose and a point to show how systemic discrimination had occurred across our lives.
And in terms of those systems...
Can I also say about Granny Annie? Granny Annie and her two brothers. Granny Annie was one of the only registered midwives in both New South Wales and Victoria.
And his storytelling, that's just Granny Annie's brother, Mudjalung, in a heart nut.
And her brother was a storyteller, but...
There's other things too.
But they were also the healers. And it's a thing that I believe in, that not this bullshit position here myself, but I believe that we have, all of us, for the last 8 generations, suffered some form of mental or emotional, whether it be inherited by the parents being the first generation being locked up because we were used to being free, to the way people were moved around from mission to reserve to break down families. There is a lot of, we need to, while we need to fix the stolen gens and the deaths in custody, we need to take a longer, harder, long-term look at the effects of colonisation much better than we do. For instance, can you imagine living free, roaming your land, then being put in chains and moved to somewhere else whose country you didn't belong to, so you had no right of say, no right of doing something without the consent of the local people, who were also being forced into the same position as you. And over time, luckily, those mobs got along. But some of the areas where we used to meet to settle differences, well, let me see, in one place it became a church, but it was where Aboriginal people went to settle their differences. The white fellas turned it into a church or a town hall. Wherever Aboriginal were meeting for ceremony, the white fellas built a church or a bloody town hall.
But it hasn't stopped there, and that's what your testimony shows, is that the process, colonisation is a dirty fucking beast that does not end. It is an active process. It didn't end in 1883, it is going on now, and Dad's testimony attests to how the effect of colonisation is borne out on his body, and mine attempts to address that in support of Dad's.
If you look very carefully at the coroner records and most every mission reserve record, you will find people were removed, just like the stolen gens. You will find that people were forced to live elsewhere that had nothing to do with their country, their knowledge of their country, forced to move away. In some cases, I sometimes have a yarn with jury dancers and Mandy Nicholson, and that because Mandy and I have discussed this idea that the whole thing is, and this is why I am a little bit anti-logging and a little bit anti a few things. I'll say a little bit for the moment, because that's where our inheritance comes from. That's where our whole, you know how they talk about Aboriginal sites and we'll protect this Aboriginal heritage? That's a lie. The site means nothing without what was in the area around it. I mean, if you're going to a ceremony for a few days, where in the hell's all your food coming from? Where's all your tools for the ceremony coming from? Where's all the ochre for the ceremony coming from? It's not just stopping the dance, but it's also not recognising the interrelationship between whatever the ceremony was and why you were there. For instance, I know Stu here shares a story with me because the creation of fire, that shares between Tanarong and Wurundjeri Woiwurrung.
Oh, many more. It's a full
Yeah,
story.
yeah, but I'm saying there are instances of that. But you know what? I'm not allowed to go into Sue's area to start that story, and she's not allowed to come into mine and finish that story. Why? I'm sorry, someone's got to own it. You can't share it, even if the story is your shared story. No, one of you has got to own it. It's everything to break our cultural links, our kinship links, and even today, you know the biggest trick they got? Oh yeah, here's your Cultural Heritage Act. Oh, we've got a Forestry Act. Separate them when they're part of the one. They're playing games with us and forcing us to play the same game. My culture and heritage and my inheritance is the whole damn Tanarong bush, the whole of those river systems. And if you took out the lands, all these buildings, Wurundjeri Woiwurrung would claim the same. My area is all this area where there used to be forests, where there used to be ceremony, where we had plenty of waterways. It's the same story throughout Victoria. I'm not saying I'm going to tell the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung story, I'm just using the example because I'm here. It's the whole system is set up to find ways of forcing us to behave their way rather than ours. I should not have to argue that my inheritance, the whole Nire Bullock area, the whole of the creation of the Goulburn River, the whole of the creation of the King River and a couple of other rivers is part of my culture and my heritage, but more important, it's one word the white fellas won't use with us. My inheritance. Passed down from my ancestors all the way through to me and to my children. And that every Aboriginal has that. It's just that we're not using the right word because they're training us to go heritage instead of inheritance. Inheritance has a different legal meaning to heritage. And I'm sick and tired of us being fooled by scaly back devil dodgers.
Dad,
Do you want a translation of that one?
No, I reckon let them sit with it and work it out on their own, eh? Dad's so very eloquently put this thought. He's been thinking about this thought a lot, right? So, I've heard it a bit because I live with him. So, you know, he hears my thoughts too. So lucky him. But this is one of the most eloquent ways that I've heard him say it. So I just want to read it. If we lose our unique landscapes, animals, waterways and plants, that is a loss both to me culturally and to my heritage, but also to the heritage and culture of everyone who calls my country home. If I lose my heritage, you lose yours. If the bush goes, so too does the romanticism and mysticism that non-Aboriginal Australia viewpoint. If the bush, sorry, it's me, not Dad. He's eloquent in here. I'm not. If the bush goes, so too does the romanticism and mysticism within the non-Aboriginal Australian view of the Australian bush. There simply won't be another Banjo Paterson if our land is not protected, and its beauty can't be wondered and pondered by an artist. There are many, many more losses that I could list from the degradation to our environment and heritage that will occur if nothing is done. But he sort of hasn't.
The
Interesting time.
examples I use now and then is the Heidi School of Art. No more Bush, no more Heidi School of Art. May Gibbs of Gumnut Doll fame and Advance Australia Fair, there'll be no future May Gibbs. CJ Dennis, there'll be no future CJ Dennis.
See, this is
The
what I love
man
about my
from
father.
Snowy River,
I love that example.
you know,
This is what I love
no
about my
more
father.
myth like
Is
that.
he has come up. Well, he's trying to fit language so that, you know, this is at this particular viewpoint. Obviously, is actually like for non-Aboriginal people. He's trying to educate through that viewpoint, and I love him for attempting to do that. I love him for attempting to put his own framework and give it over to someone so that they can see value in it when they might not have before.
Isabel, I think I might. Yes.
But can I make one more comment on that one? Because it is important. You see, the thing is, what I've been talking to people about is they say to me, oh, how do you want me involved? And I go, well, all I want you to do is talk about your country, your heritage and your inheritance. Because if every Aboriginal started doing that, we would change the debate on Aboriginal heritage and environment. And what's more, if any of you non-Aboriginal out there, I also am being generous as an Aboriginal to say that is also part of my heritage. It may only have existed for 150 years.
For use, but we're going to share.
We are all people who at one stage or another have watched on TV, heard the song or heard the poem, The Man from Snowy River. We have all heard of Gumnut Dolls. We have all heard of, well, actually more New South Wales, but we have Mulga Scrub here.
Point. We got her.
No, but Mulga Mick of the Henry Lawson and them, because we have Mulga Scrub.
Lawson as well, yeah.
So you see what I'm getting at is that we have been fighting these wars alone when I'm saying to people, it's quite simple. I as an Aboriginal and the ones that have joined me on this, we're not about to shoot your heritage down. We will acknowledge that part of your heritage is also part of ours. So we need to combine the Heritage Acts and the Environment Acts to make Australia's heritage permanent. And that's where I tell you, sometimes people say, oh, he's mad, he's got this crazy idea, but they all have a grain of truth and they are easy to do. It's just that we are so busy holding on so tightly to whatever we're being told is at risk, rather than looking about how do we span it so it's not at risk.
Before
We have got to defeat the government by using the non-Aboriginal arts to defeat government, to get what I want. I don't want to make deals with the devil. I am saying, if I am Australian and you're Australian, then that is your heritage and is also part of mine. I have a longer heritage and a longer history.
But if mine dies, yours certainly
Mine
will.
dies, yours dies. Full
Commissioner,
stop.
Belle, did you
That's
want
it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
As a non-Aboriginal person, I just wanted to thank you for the beautiful words that you spoke, for reaching out to people like me, for emphasising how important it is, not just for you but for us, that you protect country and speak for country, for inviting me to think about country in a new way, for inviting me to understand that We need to join up your inheritance with heritage and protection of country. And I just wanted to say to you that these ideas are very powerful in my mind, and I'll remember the words that you've spoken and the concepts and the ideas that you're sharing with us today.
Yeah, as I say, I just want, and we're getting around slowly to Aboriginal people, talking to them about the idea, because if I come out and become the spokesman, there'll be always people criticising me. I'm trying to turn it into a team, not into a
It's better in a team than anyway.
one-man band.
We're more likely to get it done.
But
in a team.
unfortunately, someone has to raise it until that becomes a team. I have some good people willing to form, and one person in particular, I've discussed the idea with for a couple of years until I confirm it in my mind. Remember, I say I don't write anything down until I've got it exact where I want it. I'm at that point where I think after NAIDOC, and by the way, I am trying to challenge the environment and heritage laws. It's funny, but I'm trying to get Environmental Defender's Office to learn Aboriginal heritage laws because I think I could combine the court case to prove the point.
Don't give too much away. We're on public testimony.
No, I don't care. Who knows? Because
You can all know it's coming, but I don't want the government to know too much.
no, I've always warned people when I'm after something. I've warned government. I've warned organisations. Even when they say, "Oh, you can't do that," I said, "Well, I just told you I'm going to do it."
Chair.
One example I'll give
sorry.
of that. One day, there was supposed to be this big community meeting on an issue I'd raised, and the people thought they'd won the issue. I went to where they were drinking that night, and I drank and partied, and they come over and go, "What are you partying for?" I said, "Because I won tomorrow's fight. I've got the numbers." And they got real upset with me. So I went to the meeting the next day. I said one or two things quite innocently, got attacked. The end of the vote, I won by 10 votes. And I told them that. Because I knew if I angered those two, they'd lose 20 votes. So I deliberately went to the pub that night to anger them. All I'm saying, I warned every organisation before I do anything. I have always warned government, you know why? Because I dare you to stop me. I dare you. I don't care what your numbers are. I will dare you to stop me by warning you in advance. I usually find, by the way, then they think I'm up to something real sneaky and dirty. So it's easy to walk
With
those
that
things
warning, Chair, to the government, if it's an appropriate time, I did just want to leave on this note, Uncle, given that after the break I was going to ask Isabel some
Well,
more
I
questions.
want to leave on the mistakes we make.
Well, I wanted to leave on this note, which was the very sage words of your Chief Parole Officer at the bottom, who has noted that, what was that? Yes, sorry, it is page 87 of Annexure A. And down the very bottom, he notes your current employment, notes that you would also like to work in the Aboriginal Affairs League to promote the interests of his race, brackets. He's a very, very articulate Aboriginal.
Well, actually, that bit about wanting to do Aboriginal was crap. No, can I be honest? There's a lot of stuff they wrote about me that nobody ever asked me. They just wrote it about me. I was already way in front of most people on anthropology and archaeology, but I never mentioned it. So they're making this assumption because I'm always questioning where is my Aboriginality, where is my identity, where is my family. They're assuming Oh mate, if I went through the report and underlined bits and pieces that I would say are actually factual lies, because when you read all the reports where it says, you know, social worker interviewing me, it says a lot of times that I was standoffish or reluctant to talk, and I was only in the room for a minute or two. So most of the conversations don't involve, they are about me, but nobody's asking me. And I don't get it. Everyone, whether it be school reports, whether it be welfare reports, all say I'm intelligent. Well, then why in the hell didn't they ask me what I wanted or why I wanted to? Who knows? Maybe I put that food right next to his flag and the plonk so he'd get the message, not me. Maybe it was time he left.
So if this
Nobody
is,
ever asked me.
this is where Dad's gonna
And I'm going to stop at that.
end
But I will
today,
say-
I do.
I
Wanna,
will
can I
say,
say this and then you can finish?
yeah, but wait, I will say,
Okay.
we got a few things wrong over the time, and a lot of it was to do with lack of coordination, a lot of it to do with lack of respect by the organisations to the people they're supposed to be representing. Because if you put me on a task force to deal with government about some needs, I expect to be talking to someone that is in decision. Instead, the organisations have already had that conversation about someone in decision making, and they're not saying what we want. They're saying what their funding needs are, not my needs, not all my brothers and sisters' needs, not all my friends and their children's needs. No, the organisation's needs. And that is why some organisations don't like me, because I will tell the truth. I'm not the most honest man in the world, but I have nothing to be ashamed of and nothing to hide. And I don't care if people say, did you try and murder people? Yes. I don't care if people say, is it true that you used to get searched for weapons? Yes. Is it true that you used to? Yes. I do not deny anything I've ever done. I do not offer explanations for why I did them or how I did them. I just lived a period where that was the only way. I changed. I learnt to control my temper without the help of government, although it was their responsibility, and I learnt to be able to get things done in the organisations despite the fact that they don't like street people in them. The one they hire usually is one of their family who's going to report to them and try and persuade you to think what the organisations think. I'd use other words, but I won't.
Can I just really
Yeah.
quickly do this and then I will let you be the last word?
No, I've got no more.
Well, I just wanted to say, if this is where Dad is ending his oral testimony today, that there are a few things in this document that I just wanted to call attention to for your later reading. Number one, Dad also does talk about deaths in custody. He was involved in the actual commissions of deaths in custody and the lack of counselling, trauma-informed support for everyone involved is something that he talks about, and something that he really wanted to bring up today, just to low-key be like, hey, has it been thought of here too? Because we don't want to repeat the same mistakes that have occurred again. Also, he talks in from section 80 onwards about his experiences within the health, within the hospitals, GPs, and police. In 83, he talks about the fact that he's still, most recently it was just before the pandemic, because he hasn't really used public transport since the pandemic, but just before the pandemic, Dad was pulled over. So the ongoing harassment by police is still happening for Dad today, and that's in here. Another thing I really wanted to quickly draw attention to is the fact that my father's foster parents refused, there was a deliberate decision not to leave him money because, and it's in here, and Miss Noakes talks about it, she didn't believe Aboriginal people could manage money. But there's also a piece of land that Dad was promised, which is actually, turns out it was our clan land. It was in Wandong, and Mr. Noakes made no will. He made no will, and at the time, and he told this to Dad, but he'd also told it to Melva, to Dad's mum. And at the time,
he also told it to some of his family.
He also told the family, and at the time, the family said no, that's not true. That after he died, the family said no, that's not true, and then Dad and Melva's
Why? Because I do not see an issue as just an Aboriginal issue. I see every effect that happens to Aboriginal. We are the testing ground because when they did work for the dole, they tested it on us for 5 years before they introduced it to the white fellas.
Uncle, apparently we're not recording, and
Okay.
there has been a technical issue. Obviously, the equipment has. You're back on? Great. Excellent. Thank you.
I really want my last statement for Dad, in support of Dad, is actually his words. And I'm just going to quote my father because this is really where I think we should end. This is not the sum of my story, of who I am. There are things about my family, culture and community that make me unbelievably proud. I'm taking after my great grandma, Granny Annie, and I'm choosing to speak out about injustice, racism and harsh treatment. What she testifies in the Corandurk inquiry was not the sum of her and my Uncle David's story. She was so much more than the words captured in a process created by a culture that was not her own, as too am I. Larry Walsh.
And I should say, in the same way that during your father's evidence today, you've been able to add things, I would hope that, Uncle Larry, you also feel free to submit any additional testimony this afternoon after the break.
I feel that I'd rather my daughter talk because one of the problems over deaths in custody and stolen kids I kept raising but nobody took notice was how many of our children, whether it be deaths in custody children, whether it be stolen gens children, are suffering and no one's doing anything about it, and the government is trying to deny it because we raised it at that advisory, and it was one of the first things the government knocked back.
But Sorella, Dad and I have a pretty good relationship, so if he thinks I've said something that's wrong, he'll let us know, won't you?
All I'm saying is that from my perspective, the young haven't had a chance to have a say on what they need so that we can break this cycle. And I am going back to fight things my way because I've tried the establishment way. It fails because they write the rules. And I am better at breaking rules. So I want to go back to that because it's the only way I see that we can force the government to do what's needed. Oh, by the way, if any politicians listening, I know the 5 factional heads. Labor.
I don't.
So I know which officers, Labor, I will be targeting.
Is that a good time, Chair?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yoorrook Justice
Thank you.
Commission is now adjourned until 3:35.
3:35. How long does that give us?
10.
Now,
10.
Session.
Isabel, you've already taken the oath. and you've already provided some evidence, including you've provided a witness statement of alert Kitchara, and I'd just like to confirm that the contents of that are correct, are truthful.
Yep, all
and,
accurate and truthful.
And at the end, I will tender that along with your father's witness statement. So all of that will go in as evidence.
Yep.
One of the things that I wanted to pick up on in that is you were very respectful of the process and the fact that at the moment we're in the process of gathering evidence from elders. And at paragraph 30, you've noted that you have more to say. Your testimony in that statement is support for your father's experience because you're conscious that you're sitting inside the elders part of this process. But we are very interested to know about those intergenerational impacts, and so I would be really pleased if you would discuss. You've talked about your sister, your community, your family and you all fighting a lot of the same battles as each other because of your father's disenfranchisement, and if there was anything else you wanted to say on that issue.
Yeah, so before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge how privileged I am to speak here today. You know, I'm on a beautiful Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country, which has always kept me safe, and I'm grateful to the country spirits, the traditional owners who look after this country spirits, because I've always been safe on this land globally. And my father asked me to join him through this process. It's been going on for us for a couple of weeks, months really, and he was feeling more and more disenfranchised, but also he felt like it wasn't really him. So there was that, but then also the other thing is my father, and the reason I feel I have to acknowledge him before I sort of get into it is a lot of my testimony and a lot of what this talks about is really intensely personal. We're talking about trauma that was handed to me by someone I love, despite him not wanting to, not knowing how not to. You know, we're talking about a man who has knowingly handed trauma to me and not known how to not. And, you know, there would have been a time period 10 years ago when my father couldn't, you know, I would have had to wait till he passed. And I know that there are many in my generation that are actually in that position, that they have to wait for their loved ones to pass in order to talk about these uncomfortable things. But, you know, my father gave me this, asked me to do this because, you know, a lot of what's been happening with my life and health journey, you know, a mental health journey, Dad and I recently got the same diagnoses of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And, sorry, I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. My father has post-traumatic stress syndrome. I believe they're the same thing, but we have two different psychs, so whatever.
No, it's simple. I'm going for the...
You're not on the mic.
I'm going for army mic.
Yes, my father, look, they consider us, they handle us differently because I'm in a, they handle our treatment differently because I'm in a sexually violent a trauma healing program, and my father is currently, there's no sort of equivalent for stolen generations, so they're putting him in with the army vets and treating him the way they would an army vet. Anyway, through that process, and this is super deeply uncomfortable for me to talk about publicly. It's not something that I ever have really talked about publicly. You know, but through that process and through my family beginning to understand my panic attacks and, you know, I mean, if you Google complex post-traumatic stress disorder, you'll basically get what's going on behind closed doors that you don't see. And my father, there was a great level of humility actually in him. It didn't come from me. I didn't say, you did this to me, you, mum, anyone. He said, I am seeing in you things that I feel and felt. And it means that it is continuing and continuing on in the generations. So he wanted to provide this platform to attempt to stop this intergenerational path, trauma handing on happening. And the easiest way I can sort of describe it, because I worked for a long time in Museums Victoria, so I'm very intimately familiar with their Victorian collection, in particular the photographs. And I know that Museums Victoria, a state institution, has a photograph every generation from my apical ancestors down to me. Every single one of us is photographed down my line in that museum institution. You know, the information that's been gathered on us by the state, and actually the documentation, and I worked at that institution on projects on massacres, on all sorts of different things. So I was able to document 6 generations of discrimination to be passed down through the generations, that and ultimately the end result is that nothing is changing. We're still facing the same battles. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Dad, because he's had to humble himself to allow me to give this testimony at all. And I also wanted to acknowledge my mother, for she too has to, she too, even though she's not Indigenous, has to humble herself to hear this testimony. You know, I suppose for me, the effects of growing up as a child of a stolen man, there are many, but I do know and I can see that many of my fears, which people see as irrational, such as hospitals and doctors, which have prevented me from getting health care. You know, my father's fear of hospitals, which has been reinforced time and time again by racialised treatment inside them, has then come to me, and then I've had racialised treatment inside them. And then it's gotten to the point where now, because I am so traumatised by that experience, I don't want to present unless it's too late. I nearly had a miscarriage that was, like, I did have a miscarriage that was nearly too late because I was so reluctant to present.
Isabel, when you talk about racialised treatment, there's a really particular example you've spoken to me about in the past about your father presenting with quite significant symptoms. Can you just talk
recently, so in the last, actually we're currently going through a complaint system with Bendigo Health at the moment. The complaint's been ongoing for 7 months and we're still waiting for feedback from them. But about 7 months ago, my father, longer actually, because the complaint would have come after the incident, Dad and I'd moved up to Bendigo, and Dad was living on his own, and he called me up one day and he was like, Bella, I think I need to come and stay with you for a bit. You know, and it was like a year and a half into the pandemic at this stage, so he'd been alone for a year, so it was like, oh, yeah, okay. And then he got up to my house, and really quickly it became really clear that he was sick. And within 2 weeks, you know, we'd been back in touch with, we share a GP, or we did. And that's because the reason is because we don't trust doctors, and we've found a GP that we trust with our life, and we follow her everywhere she goes. And so we went, because we're frightened to present to hospitals, and we knew my father was sick, we thought we'll go to our GP first. And she did all the appropriate kind of testing and actually found out, like, because you can tell through bloods if someone has pancreatitis, which is an inflammation of the pancreas, and you can also tell, or there's indicative features through blood work that can be done for gallstones. And she'd basically found out, our GP, that Dad had gallstones and it was likely to be leading to a pancreatitis attack. So she advised us, as soon as he had a pancreatitis attack, to present to emergency, and that she had forwarded ahead the file to Bendigo Health Hospital emergency so that they knew what was going on. When we got there 3 days later, when Dad did have an immediate pancreatitis attack, we were asked 15 times in emergency, my father and I, if he was an alcoholic. I replied, and well, first off, I let my father reply because I don't speak for him other than when I need to advocate for him because things are outrageous. And he said, no, I haven't had a drink since the grand final, and I had 2 drinks at the grand finals. And I know this to be true because he was with me. Like, he'd been in my house in the pandemic between then and then, you know. So I knew because I was the one who drank the actual 4 that made up the 6-pack. So, like, I know he drank 2. And so Dad said, no, I haven't had a drink for months. And then they came to me. Then they waited till Dad sort of wasn't engaged, and then they were like, you know, is your father an alcoholic? Is he here looking for, you know, drugs of some kind? And I was like, no, he's not. we're pretty sure he has gallstones that are causing this pancreatitis. Like the doctor said, he hasn't had a drink for 3 or 4 months. Then they called my sister up because she was listed. I'm listed as his next of kin, and because I live with him, and so to make immediate decisions if necessary. But we always list my sister as like a backup emergency contact, and like she needs to be informed because, we're equals. We're equals. And they called my sister up, who was with my mum at the time, and they asked her, "Is Larry an alcoholic? Is he drinking alcohol?" The assumption then. The bloods came back, and he was having a huge pancreatitis attack. His pancreas was inflamed, his liver was inflamed, and he had gallstones. And the 2 most common causes of liver and pancreas inflammation are gallstones or alcohol. So despite the fact that he clearly had the gallstones, they didn't want it, whatever. So we knew Dad needed his gallbladder out. They moved him into fast track for surgery. At that point, they kicked me out of the hospital because we were no longer in emergency care. And you're not allowed, in the pandemic, you weren't allowed people in the wards with you. At this point, somehow, the hospital lost my dad's filing system twice and left him there in a room for 4 days with no food, no water, waiting for emergency surgery.
And Isabel, what was the reason he was not getting any food or water?
They say because he lost his files.
The real reason was they were supposed to operate every day, so I wasn't allowed to eat.
He was nil by mouth.
So he's nil by mouth because he was waiting operation, but somehow surgical didn't talk to emergency, didn't talk to ward staff, so it wasn't booked, and no one followed this up despite the fact that I was calling. And every time we called, they would just fob us off and ask again about alcohol. So we have some pretty clear assumptions about what's going on there, and the fact that they haven't replied to us in our complaint through their formalised complaint system. But this stuff happens repeatedly. My father, he looks a little homeless sometimes, and I don't mean that negatively. That's like, he likes to dress a bit street.
That's the way I am.
He likes to dress a bit urban. And, people, and then he gets into a health position where they make immediate assumptions about the drugs that he must be on and what he wants. And then the standard of care we get is less. And I have to push. I now have to attend. The reason I am my father's carer and attend to his doctor's appointments is because a doctor does not take my father seriously. And it makes me so angry because why does a light-skinned, why is a 30-year-old light-skinned woman is worth listening to more about someone else's body than the human themselves, But that's why I go with Dad, because quite often Dad will be trying to say something and people will just ignore him and talk to me about his healthcare. Blows my mind.
Isabel, there's one other thing that I do want to address before the chair needs to leave, and that's a relatively similar incident with the police where, yet again...
Yeah, I did want to talk about this incident, actually. Yeah. Because the reason I wanted to talk about this incident is because I wanted to show that, we know people are still dying in custody. We're currently going through Auntie Veronica Nelson's inquiry, and I didn't know her great respect to that family. We have certainly been thinking about you all as this process has been taking place. But I actually did want to tell a story, which is a sensitive story in our family. But one day my sister was arrested, and she was arrested for drunken disorderly, as they love to arrest Aboriginal women for. And they picked her up at Moonee Ponds, and
No, they picked her up at Broadmeadows and took her to Moonee.
No, they took her to Moonee Ponds. Anyway, I was at the museum. I was doing a tour, actually, so I had no phone with me, nothing. And so I'll tell you from my perspective, and then I'll sort of... So I finished working. I'd been working for about 3 hours. I got to my phone. There were 17 missed calls on my phone. And they'd all come from Mum and Dad. Mum was currently in regional Victoria. So I knew something was wrong, and I finally got through to Dad, and Dad was like, "You need to come down to the Moonee Ponds police station. I am here." And all I could hear on the phone was this wailing and screaming in the background. And I could tell my father was frightened as well. So I immediately left the tour group I was with, and I was actually with a group of my, kind of family. I left them immediately, and I went down to Moonee Ponds Police Station, and it just so happened to be at the time I was not only studying law, I was also working for the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service as a client services officer. So I was one of the people who was frontline for when an Aboriginal person was arrested. So I was able to pretty quickly determine that things were not going as they should have gone when I arrived. It turns out that my father had been sitting in... So it turns out then I arrived and I got told by the police officers, while I could hear my sister hysterically screaming from the back of the lockup, I was told by the police officers, "Your sister has cut herself. We have strip searched her, but there was a weapon, and she's managed to cut herself, and there is blood over the cells." That is all I was told. And then I said, "Why haven't you what has she been charged on?" And they said, "Nothing. She's being held for drunk and disorderly." And I said, "Where's the D20?" Which is the initial contacting form that a police officer has to fill out when they arrest an Aboriginal person to contact VALS. And they could not produce a D20 because none had been produced. And then they were like, "Why are you asking about the D20?" And I was like, "Because I work for the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service." "Oh, hi, are you Phil from the cells? I'm Isabel from VALS." By that stage, my father had been sitting there, and when I walked in, I will never forget this, and it's something actually my dad writes in here. He writes in here that the police tried to criminalise, humiliate, and beat him, and they were only successful at 2 of those, criminalising and beating him. They never humiliated him, but this day was the closest I think I've ever seen my father to being humiliated by the police. He was sitting like such a good little boy, sorry, now this is going to make me cry. That 8-year-old little boy that you saw is who I saw sitting in that police station. And he'd been sitting there for 3 hours while the police refused, and he was my sister's next of kin at the time and lived with her. I didn't live with her, and I was 23. And they refused to give her to him and refused to charge her. So I rock up and I start getting quite angry and being like, "Where's the D20? Where's this? I've called VALS. They're expecting you to call, a representation, you to call." They decided at some point that they would allow me to go and see my sister because she was still screaming. So I walked back to the cells, and I suppose many black families will relate to this. I immediately turned to her and went, "Shut the fuck up." She immediately shut the fuck up, which I was very grateful of. And then because I scared them, because I was a staff member at the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service and I worked on the front end of that service, they decided that they would release her to me, not to her next of kin, to a 23-year-old who had no licence, who had no identification on her, just a smart mouth and light skin. The reason I bring this story up, and this is I had to ask Hannah's permission because, shame job, right? I don't actually think it's shame job. I don't actually think it's shame job because what happened to her is she got arrested. In her perspective, she was drunk. They strip searched her. She got distressed. She began to get distressed and hid out things and then hurt herself. And then the reason I bring this up is because the same deaths in custody issue that Dad faced with his brother actually dying in custody, here, 30 years later, he was listening to what he thought was his daughter dying in custody. She was, same as the 2 aunts whose inquests are just happening now, Hannah was openly told by the police, to her family, that she had open wounds on her body and had harmed herself in there, and yet no medical evaluation had taken place of her, nor did it take place of her. They just released her into my custody and were like, go. Once I'd been like, where's an ME? Where's a report telling me, like, where's she cut herself? Why is there blood on the cell walls? I still, to this day, do not have answers about that. And, you know, it's also terrifies the shit out of my sister now. If she ever gets arrested, if she ever gets in any trouble with the police, they are going to strip search her because she's been found, because she's cut herself before in there.
And Isabel, that's because she now has a weapons flag against her name?
And it's all because we don't come from a culture that actually believes in imprisoning people. If you actually look traditionally at Tanarang traditional law, you would die before you would be imprisoned. And I understand this is a very different cultural notion, and I'm not trying to say our cultural notion, we should, you know, revert back 100%, but I am trying to say locking someone up has a different effect on a culture that has a different relationship with freedom and freedom of movement. Freedom of movement is a major thing, and when Hannah lost her freedom of movement, even if it was justifiable for a small moment, which I don't think drunkenness ever is, but whatever, even if it was justifiable for a small moment, if it then gets to the point that that person's escalating, screaming, cutting themselves, trying to harm themselves against police cell walls, doing nothing is not an option. And I'm sorry, we are talking about 4 to 5 years ago. We're not talking about historic old events that make us all feel nice. You know, in terms of Dad being picked on by police, I still, like, this is my privilege. My privilege is that I'm light-skinned and I don't get picked up by police unless I'm with my cousins or my family. And I watched PSOs recently. We were at a train station in North Melbourne and these PSOs stopped and they didn't see, I was down away from my dad, I was getting us a Coke from the vending machine, so they thought he was alone. And
I was catching a train up the bush.
And they thought he was alone. And so they walked up to him, PSOs, at North Melbourne Station, and they said, "Where's your ticket, sir?" And Dad was like, oh, what? Oh, okay. Pulls out his Mikey. And they're just holding the Mikey. And I walk up and I'm like, "Excuse me, why have you asked him for his ticket?" And they're like, "It's none of your business. We're checking this man's ticket." I'm like, "Where's your ticket checker? Where's your Mikey inspector? Because I know what they look like, believe it or not. I've been fined before for not doing the right thing, so I know acutely what they look like." And he was like, "What do you mean?" I'm just asking him where they would not let it go. And it got to the point where I was having a go at them, being like, "Are you really harassing this old man?" He then got on, luckily his V-line came, and that's where we were splitting up, was North Melbourne Station. So the PSOs left us alone for a while, but then he got on the V-line, and then the PSOs made a direct B-line down towards me. And luckily a train pulled in and I was able to get on that, and the train wasn't going to where I was going, but I just caught it. You know, this stuff happens also after, post-pandemic. There's, we were moving through the city, and there was, remember that brief moment where there was like the African gang violence? And I don't say African gang violence because it's like, why do you need to label it African? The other gang that they were fighting was a white gang, but we didn't need to like italicize and racialize them. They're just youngsters, probably dickheads, but whatever. You know, they're just youngsters. Anyway, that whole, the gang thing was going on in the city at the middle of, after the pandemic, and they were doing those random stops at the police station, at the Flinders Street station, where you, where they can randomly just check that you've not got a weapon or rah. And they were letting hundreds and hundreds of people stream past them. And actually, it wasn't me with Dad at this time; it was Hannah, and some of Hannah's colleagues, but they were behind. And they stopped Dad, searched Dad. You know, this is what I don't understand. Here is a man with a crippling shoulder injury. Look at him. Is this the threat? Is this the threat you are looking for when you are looking for youth gang violence in town? I don't think so.
I think I'm a bit too old to be.
I mean, it got to the point that two of Hannah's non-Indigenous colleagues stopped and said, "Why are you doing this to this old man? What threat does he pose?" So this stuff is still occurring today.
Commissioners, I wanted to make
Can
sure.
Can
Uncle,
I say something?
Yeah.
That Isabel mentions the police station. They asked me to leave, but no.
Yeah, they did ask him to leave. For
I
Hannah.
refused to, because, yes,
He thought he was listening to his daughter die. Can you imagine that?
they wouldn't let me have her.
Uncle, I wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm just
make
saying
sure the
from what
commissioners get a
Isabel
chance.
said.
Yes.
That what a lot of people don't understand is that they tried to get me out of the police station. I refused to leave because I'm not going to let my kid die. That was a fear. If Isabel hadn't arrived, I may have.
But I
I was
did.
thinking about taking the law into my own hands.
But I did, and we got our girl back, and she's perfectly fine.
Commissioners, were there any questions that you wanted to ask of either Uncle Larry or Isabel from their evidence today?
No, I don't have anything other than to say thank you for sharing, and it's been difficult and hard, and particularly you, Uncle Larry, of just coming forward, and I don't want to use the word brave. I think courageous is more the word, and I know you're a very private man, so I want to thank you for behalf of the commissioners, but also myself personally. So
Yeah, now don't forget we still got to discuss Ned Kelly.
Yeah, there is one other thing I wanted to add, which is that there was no scope thus far because I was sitting here to support my father to talk about this. But I also wanted to speak about racialised violence that I've experienced as an Aboriginal woman inside my own community. Because I think this is actually an area that we need to discuss more for Aboriginal women.
Isabel, the chair's going to leave. And
That's okay. I just want to say this, and
Yeah.
Aniesme can leave, but I just need to say that there have been instances for me that have actually been documented, and currently an Aboriginal Green senator totes around this elder as though they are actually an elder. But there is an elder out there who is actually, because I am a Tanwurrung woman who was involved with my nation group, I've actually had my name and address written on their Facebook telling their young men in their family to come and visit me. I've had, because I stand up often in the positions that I do stand up with, and I am my father's daughter, I have had many instances where people put me down or are rude. Thank you, Aunt. But I'm not going to go into it any further, but I really hope that throughout this process there is scope to discuss the violence that is also happening internally within our community, because if it doesn't stop and the women aren't starting, if you're not going to stand with us women, then why the fuck should us women continue standing with you men?
First of all, thank you, Auntie Eleanor.
Thank you, Auntie Eleanor, we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And travel safe.
My apologies.
Got to do what you got to do.
Thank you, Councillor.
On what Isabel is saying is that there was this one family in particular who were using Facebook to bully people they didn't know or like. When they picked on my children and my tribe, I went them.
I know, and the other thing I'll say on the record, there is a whole word currently used within the Victorian Aboriginal community for my tribe, and it is so disgusting that it is used. Tanawronga. The idea that I and another Aboriginal person would boil me down to one part, one simple fact, which is exactly where my land lies, and then make assumptions about all my politics, whom I am, whether I deserve to have land claims or not, whether I deserve to have a forum or not, whether Tanwurrung people are welcome here or not, whether we're greedy or grab hungry, whether I'm involved in the corporation or not, it doesn't matter. And we need to get to a point within Aboriginal Australia, again, where we are standing with one another, because that is when we're strong. that is when we're strong. And it's currently, you'll note, I think, I can notice right now there's been division within our community, and you can see it because our community is standing more alone than they have in a very long time.
An example of that was I Facebook back the person.
Which is sad because I used to call them
Hold on,
uncle.
a failed leader who's bitter because of it, and that's the truth. A failed leader who's bitter because of it, abusing people because they didn't agree with his abuse. So yeah, I had a go at him, and I also told some of his family who were passing on these messages that they were enabling violence, so some of them withdrew from it. And then the rest of them threatened they were going to get me.
I know.
So, wait.
No, but that's the thing that shits me so much is when people were violent to me as a young woman and a young Aboriginal woman by other Aboriginal people in my 20s, and I raised it with my leadership and eldership in community, what happened? But they went after my eldership. Disgusting.
So,
Uncle, I want to give
Let's
Victor, I
finish.
know the commissioners
Yeah, but
probably
wait,
have questions.
wait, so,
Councillor, I'm just conscious
Yep.
that the
yeah,
the
but I'm
chair
just
is
going to
left.
say this.
Yes.
So they changed their attention to me. I just gave them a few stories that they know they heard about me.
Thanks, Daddy.
To say, don't threaten me or my children ever again. The fact that as a parent, and here's the joke, none of the other parents stood up for their kids. You know why? They were bloody scared. I'm sick and tired of, I'm too old to keep standing up against them. I'm sick and tired of people hiding instead of joining forces and say, piss off, you failed, stop picking on everyone. I do not see some of their supporters as a problem. I just see that this really big thing in Aboriginal world
So, Uncle,
sound tough.
Councillor, I think we need to acknowledge that the chair has left. This is not the last occasion that we can speak with this family. And because I haven't had the opportunity to thank you, Isabel, for giving evidence, I want to thank you. You spoke with enormous power.
Thank you.
And I hope it's not the last time that we hear from you. You've got an enormous amount to share with us in addition to what you already have in support of your father.
Thank you.
And again, Uncle Larry, thank you. Courageous is the word I would use.
No.
The last thing we wanted to do was say thank you to everyone who had helped us do this. There were so many lawyers, solicitors who helped us with our words. There were so many people who checked in via text. Sue-Ann, I really appreciated that. I know Brendan did as well. So I really appreciate everyone who is involved in the Commission and the efforts that they put in helping us put this together. It was a really hard process for us and it wouldn't have happened without that support. And in particular, I suppose, Sorella, for me, you were the face. So I really, it meant a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we need to...
Yeah, let's end that.
all right.
That's it, Dad.
Well,
Next
we can still have.
Next
I
up.
should say though, Uncle, every single thing that you've said in your witness statement is evidence in this Royal Commission.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you've said
Well-
it beautifully
Well,
in your fellow
I
Kitchara.
just want it recorded. I just want it recorded. My mother's nickname was Kate because of that story that goes in my family.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Kate,
Now, you've got some tendering to...
I do. I need to tender to the Deputy Chair the exhibits. Now that we mentioned those exhibits, I should tender them so that evidence is in. I would like to tender the Balert Kitchara of Uncle Larry Walsh, dated the 19th of May, in its redacted form. It'll be published as exhibit number 7, and it has with it exhibits 7.1, which is a very large annexure, which we will, Commissioners, with your permission, review for Uncle Larry's personal information that might be harmful if it were out. There's a really large amount of information.
That would be wonderful.
We will check birthdays, addresses and those things. So that, with your permission...
Council, I've had the opportunity to read that body of work, which is quite extensive, over 200 pages. It almost all concerns personal information in relation to Uncle Larry, and I wonder whether it might not be better to mark that confidential at this stage, during the review process.
If the Commissioners are amenable, I'd be indebted at this stage, and then we could carefully review.
I think we would prefer that, Dad, yeah?
Yeah, but I would prefer when you investigate the Kelly story.
If anything
I'd
comes
like
to
to
the
go.
Kelly story, Dad wants in, all right, everyone?
No, because is it a myth or is it the truth?
And Uncle Larry, I can speak to you once we finish these proceedings. We can have a quick chat about that, and we can then I can talk to the other commissioners as well.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I would also like to tender Exhibits 7.2, 3 and 4, which are each photographs that we've shown today. And then finally, as Exhibit 8, the Balurt Kitchara of Isabel Papajaruk Morphy Walsh, dated the 20th of May 2022, this very day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council, and thank you again. And those gifts are from the Commission for coming, and also for your support, people. I have some clap sticks as well for yours.
Oh, that would
So,
be really lovely.
thank you
And
very
I'd like
much.
to thank you for inviting this, because
Yeah, I'm done.
I feel by allowing myself and my family together to talk, we're hoping that it opens the door for other family groups to talk, because I think individual thing is good, but sometimes we forget the effects that happened to me also happened to my children.
Yeah, kudos, because he didn't want to get up without us, so thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Larry.
So thank you very much for that.
Justice Commission has now closed. Thank you.